Ladies and gentlemen, how different this morning is the galaxy of intellectuals Your Excellency, invited guest teachers, and my dear friends. Indeed, quite marvelous. The ambience all around tells a beautiful story that is truly unforgettable. Dear audience, you will discover for yourself as the colors of this event began to adorn us all. To begin with, I'm Badita from the Design Program, and for the duration of the day, we'll be your hosts, and we could not be more excited. We are delighted to have you all here in Hyderabad, India. We cordially invite you all to this beautiful event on behalf of Woxsen University. We guarantee that today will be exuberant and exciting, and that it will create some wonderful memories for all of us. As the adage goes, days are not lost when memories are created, right?
Accomplished sales leader, an executive coach, and a consultant who has led diverse teams of profession to new levels of success in competitive industries such as banking, financial service, media, insurance, etc. Mr. Amol Maheshwari is the Chief Distribution Officer of Telugu. He was also the country head of sales and accounting for Medibuddy, and also worked in Bajaj Alliance Life, where he was instrumental in establishing institutional distribution partnerships with banks. He has over 15 years of experience in India's banking and financial service sectors. To sum it all up, so it's our pleasure having you here as a keynote speaker. Please come forward.
Hi, very good morning. Am I audible to everyone? Thank you, ma'am. It's very exciting to be at Woxsen University this morning. I traveled from Mumbai last night and was just wondering what this entire event would be like. And in the morning I was very thrilled to meet at the hotel a lot of international friends from various countries. Of course, I couldn't network with them. But it's an awesome scene to see such a large campus hosting such a big event, and everyone, including the students, faculty members, I see a lot of founders and international partners coming in. So I wish everyone all the best, and formally from my side I welcome everyone today at the Global Impact Summit. Brief introduction has always been good. So I am Amol Maheshwari, I belong to Delhi, I have been working in Mumbai. Currently, I work as a head of distribution for Early Salary, which is one of the fastest growing fintechs in the country. And I've had a very good blend of experience, fortunate to have an experience across insurance, financial services, banking, wealth management. And the last 1.5 years, the best of the experience came from the pandemic. I joined a company known as Medibuddy, which is again the largest B2B health platform. So today, what I will be talking about is something which there's a concept which came to mind a few days back. Startup ecosystem in the world has been growing. If you see, India today is one of the fastest startup economies in the world. It follows US, China, and there is the emergence of a lot of trends. But one of the unique trends which I decoded after my experience from the insurance, health tech, and now the fintech space. So, most of the people are there from India, and of course, a lot of friends from abroad. In India, we have Hindu Trinity. There are 3 gods which the Indians know about. It's called the Creator, Preserver, Destroyer. When we talk about the Creator, that is the Lord Brahma. Lord Brahma basically creates, all the gods, the way the earth should look like. It's been believed that Brahma has been the Creator. Vishnu has been the preserver. So the entire mankind, stands because Vishnu preserves, and Shiva, which is Mahesh, basically is the destroyer. So I just point this analogy that in the startup ecosystem in the last 2 years, we have actually been fighting for existence. And all of us from different countries in India, pandemic has been at our eyes, peaked up, and India was at the epicenter of the pandemic. And so happened that the three important spaces, which is, as soon as the pandemic entered the country, all of us needed our livelihood, which is finance. We needed livelihood for existence. And there was a lot of trauma happening. The country came to a lockdown and jobs were being scaled down. Everyone required some money to survive. And here we may not be talking about privileged countrymen like us, but we'll be talking about masses at large. What was required to actually preserve? So this was, money was creating life. And what was required to preserve? It was hospitals, it was healthcare. Because when anyone was traveling through pandemic, and I'm sure a lot of us may have battled with the pandemic ourselves or our family members, you need someone to preserve you. And that was either insurance. If you had insurance, you were able to afford a good treatment. If you had good doctors, you were able to help yourself with the best of the treatment. So there is a good analogy which comes in between three industries which are mushrooming across the country, which is fintech, insurtech, healthtech. Now, for the larger audience, of course, these are terms coined as suitcase terms, which have two parts. So you have fintech, which is finance, bundled with technology. It's called fintech. You have insurance, bundled with technology. You have insurtech, and you have health care industry, bundled with technology, and healthtech. Right? But these are actually, you may want to get them back to the industries like financial services, healthcare, and insurance. But these industries or these companies, these startups are only coming because they have to offer something innovative. Gone are the days when you were just going to a hospital and you had to wait in the queues and get your best of the treatment. Gone are the days when you had to actually write a check and encash it at a bank. And gone are the days when you had to actually call up an agent, look out for the agent who used to come and give you a policy. So there is a huge trend happening, and these are three industries which are growing the fastest, and pandemic has seen all these three industries really come to the fore to serve the mankind. Yeah. So this is about, when I was just taking this slide, this was not coming to me naturally because I was very bad at mathematics, and you could see the set theorem coming in here. But if you see an interesting trend, if you see two sets, fintech, insurtech, and a lot of fintechs, they also work as insurance distributors, which is they also become insurtech. But if you see, there is an amalgamation of a very specific intersection between fintech and insurtech, which is insurtech. So as we speak, in the next 2 years, when all fintechs start powering insurance industry or become insurance providers, you will see these actually coming as insurtechs. Fintech and health. Now, most of the times in India, you may not have consulted a doctor digitally. So last 2 years, we've seen heavy adoption of health coming from a mobile phone, from a tablet, people doing online consultations, and so on. Now, they have a lot of impact from financial services because you have to pay for the treatment, you have to pay from your wallet, you have to release your money so that you can get the service. So there is a relationship between fintech and edtech, which is the finentech. And then when you combine these three, which I just showed you the trend which is coming up, it's actually a trinity of startups. Now, the moment you call it a trinity, you can actually think about in the pandemic or any point of time, who creates the basic existence. Money is required for you to do anything and everything. In the morning, if you would have to come to this place, you have to book a cab, you have to swipe your card, wallet. So that actually pushes you, to a creation stage. And then you have to preserve yourself, which is, ensuring that you are absolutely hail-hearty, you're going forward. It's about the Vishnu. So Vishnu, or the health, or the insurance is actually the preserver. You require an insurance cover today to actually afford the rest of the treatment. What forward something happens, you require insurance cover to support you. Then health. Now, when you go to a hospital, what does the hospital do? It helps you, give your disease. The rest of the doctors, they work with you to ensure that you are healthy and hearty. So that's the emergence of a destroyer, which is destroying your ailments. So here we see a unique concept of various startup ecosystems in fintech, in shorttech and healthtech coming in, and the commonality of all, which we want to talk about, is actually the FIH, which is fintech, insurtech and healthtech, trinity of startups. Now let's see where what's our healthcare journey. Right the time that you are born, from birth to actually end of life, you have a journey accompanied on the healthcare platforms. You require healthcare. You would require healthcare for prenatal, postnatal. You require vaccinations. You have to pay for hospital fees. So, accompanied right at the stage of birth, you require financial support as well. So, healthcare and financial services, they go hand in hand. And the moment you bring technology, the healthcare is easily paid for through financial technology. And over a period of time, you would actually see at any point of time you may have insurance, you buy insurance, so you may take insurance from an insurtech. If you bring technology insurance, you find the best solution for yourself. But at the end of the day, what happens when insurance is not able to support each and every expense of yours? Again, finance comes in and financial technology or fintech gives you some kind of innovative solutions. So this is the healthcare journey that all of us know. Yeah. Now, people from India would have seen this. This is actually a picture. This is a poster of a series, OTT series called Family Man. So what happens to a family man? You can see this family man actually lifting grocery, a bag of grocery. So he's a family man. But what happens when he picks up the pistol or the arm in his hands? And how does it happen? You have a family man who earns an X amount of rupees. He has senior citizen parents, wife, two kids, so a lot of responsibilities. Father develops a disease, needs a month of hospitalization, and doesn't have adequate insurance cover. He consumes all his savings, but in order to keep on fueling the treatment, he requires finance. And what if insurance is not able to support? What does he do? He needs funds. Does he pick up an arm, or he picks up a fintech solution? Now, there are a lot of fintech solutions which basically talk about care now, pay later. But this is one way of describing an actual story which many of the people face. They require financial solutions, how they have to power their insurance or their decisions. What is fintech for healthcare? You would see this slide in terms of 3 segments. You have digital financial services, healthcare delivery channels, and the key enablers. Now, the various aspects of digital financial services comes in. You have a bank which empowers technology or financial solutions come to you through net banking. But today, innovation is happening at various startups which are picking up a particular need and they are reaching out. Digital savings. The way you do digital savings, in the earlier days, maybe 1 year back, 2 years back, you have to actually fill in mutual funds. You have to pick up a systematic risk plan. You have to invest in a unit-linked policy. So that's where digital savings used to happen. Physically, we've all been doing it. Now is the time when digitally has been picking up. So there are a lot of startups which are the wealth of the world which are picking up digital savings. Then you have crowdfunding. Crowdfunding is again a fintech space where you collect money from various people, and whosoever requires a particular treatment or is in need, you actually get that money to that person. Then there's insurance. Insurance companies, when they use technology, or insurance distributors, when they use technology, they've actually customized products for different persona, and that's where the advent of insurance comes in. In the digital lending space, the space that I just recently started working with, is at any point of time, within 10-15 minutes, to get a lakh of rupees, 2 lakh of rupees in your account. That's for digital lending. So we've seen the advent of technology coming in the financial services space and actually segregating the market to digital savings, crowdfunding, insurance, and digital lending. And when you compare this on the healthcare platform today are face-to-face, which is if I have a problem, I go to a doctor and I have a face-to-face consultation. Or I pick up a digital health platform in which I do online consultations. So the healthcare delivery has changed. It's online versus offline today. And when we talk about what are the enablers which actually bring both financial services and healthcare together, we have information, which is all of us are data generating individuals. Today, data is the new color, data is the sunlight, data is water. So there is a lot of information which is available of all customers who are interacting on any platform. That information is used as it's analyzed. There are various algorithms which work on various platforms, and it analyzes it and it gives empowerment that okay, A is a particular individual to which we can actually give a set of amount to meet any expenses. There are wallets and digital ID. So both on the health side and financial side, a lot of technology integrations, generating data, which actually makes an amalgamation of fintech and health tech. Fintech solutions, we discussed this in the previous slide. You have digital lending. Digital lending actually gives again the power of finance in the hands of a person who requires any healthcare solution. And that's where you have point of care lending. If you are in a hospital and you don't have enough insurance cover, and the hospital would not start a treatment without getting the requisite money for the treatment that you want to opt for. So how with convenience within 15 to 20 minutes, and that's the time that you take for any prescription, you are empowered to get a sum of money to kickstart the treatment. That's called point of care lending. P2P lending. What if I don't have money coming from anywhere? Can I actually borrow money from you? Can I borrow money from you and I can pay it back? That's what we are lending. Then we have microfinance. For people who are not so privileged, how can they raise small sums of money from micro finance kind of a platform? And then when we have crowdfunding, of course, we cover charity donations, mutual aids. There is an ecosystem which is building up these solutions so that the need-based people can actually get access to money. Insurtech is coming up in a big way, wherein we have microinsurance, which is bite-sized insurance. Everywhere you might need event-based insurance or a particular need-based insurance. So that's called the micro-insurance, where the premiums are very low, the coverage is also small, and that's how the insurance need is being met. You have insurance for defined groups, like you have insurance for corporates, you have insurance for affinity groups, like here at Woxsen, all of us are not working for a corporate, but we actually have something in common. We are here at Woxsen. So that's called affinity group. An insurance company can issue a policy for Woxsen group and make it like a defined group. You have specific lists for which you have insurance, and you have outcome-based insurance. And then digital savings, a sum of money through an innovative digital financial product, you keep on saving in great pockets. So when you want to have fintech powering health tech, you have various solutions coming in. You can meet your health requirement expenses through savings over a period of time. You can actually have Insurtech, which is a subset of fintech, empowering any kind of claim that gets raised in a hospital. You have charity donations, and you have point of care lending P2P solutions. So that's where you see intersection of finance and health, or insurance and health coming up and actually making a subset of the startup. Now, we talked about some bit of it, but the real need for a financial solution lies in India is divided into two parts. You have India and you have a Bharat, right? This may be a little bit of a Bharat because you are located outside Hyderabad, some 70-80 kilometers outside Hyderabad. So you see a lot of countrymen out there, it's our country market, and that's where people are not able to afford or not able to have access to quality healthcare. And that's where they have a huge amount incurred on out-of-pocket expenses which they're not able to afford. So the real amalgamation of the startup ecosystem on the finance and the health side comes in actually as a financial or the health inclusion. How do we pay for healthcare? All of us at some point in time in our own countries would have paid for healthcare. The best of the ways which works out is the insurance-based solution. But in India, India is a country where you have only insurance, which is life insurance penetration at 3% of the population, and health insurance is 7%. So the most populous country in the world only has 3% life insurance and 7% health insurance population. The other 90%, about 90% of the population doesn't have any insurance. And that's where if you see the market of healthcare expenditure, which includes insurance expenditure as well as expenditure out of pocket, it's over $100 billion. 60% of that is paid out of pocket. You know, all the schemes, the entire country's infrastructure, it is not at the position currently to help you get a state-funded healthcare expenditure. You have to shell out money from your pocket. Again, privileged us can pay it off because we have insurance or blessings of our family or friends at the right time. But what about people who don't have such network who are not able to pay? They have to pay out of pocket. And if you were to actually evaluate all the costs, out of pocket expenditure is one single cause of making people, anything the poor men in the country go below the poverty line. Right? But there is an interesting insight. If you were to actually evaluate those families still may want to prioritize a smartphone. All of us have smartphones because we are staying in the digital economy. In India, still you would see a smartphone as an equivalent big market to healthcare, because most of the people today, speak to people, network, obviously all of us enjoy a lot of content on mobile phone. Data is very economical. So hence, as an ironical case, there is input that smartphone economy in India today is way bigger than the healthcare economy. But there is an equally big case wherein the smartphones can be bought on EMIs, which means that there is a digital finance always sitting ready to empower you with the latest smartphone. There can also be a big case for healthcare being supported on financial terms like EMIs. So that actually gives a need for a concept called embedded finance. Embedded finance means that at any point of time, everywhere, whatever things you may want to buy, you have an embedded finance. For example, if you want to go on Amazon, Flipkart, or any of the e-commerce channels, the moment you go for a checkout, which means you want to buy a product, you have various options. You can swipe your credit card, you can pay from the net banking. You also can do buy now, pay later, which means that you buy it now and you pay it later. In India, people who know Hindi and would have gone in 1990s to any shop. What were you always able to see? आज नकद कल उधार. How many of us have seen that sticker on any of the shop which says आज नकद कल उधार? All of us, right? But see how we reward. Today in the country, people don't want to spend today. You go to Zomato, you go to Sree, you go to any of the e-commerce platforms. You'll be amazed to know that people want you to buy today and pay later. So that's what is called buy now, pay later. In the hospital, the same thing would be care now, pay later. In the insurance space, the same thing would be protect now, pay later. So in India, the consumerism is high. And obviously, pandemic also led to a big growth of that. And that's where everyone wants you to taste the product today. If you don't have the financial power, there is someone to take care of. And of course, there is an ecosystem in which works. The merchants who are selling the product, they do a subvention of it. And there is a financial technology which, on a real-time basis, gives a decision that if you today want to buy your best smartphone, iPhone 13 Pro, you can actually buy it right now, buy to postpone it. And you pay in 10 easy installments, 12 easy installments. But the same thing is not been happening, unfortunately, in healthcare. Look, we can buy a smartphone, but we can't, actually do a healthcare. So that's where there is a need for embedded finance to actually come in at all healthcare providers in the insurance ecosystem. And you just want to go back to my earlier fintech into healthcare, into insurance. And giving the power to a customer not to postpone a decision, but to buy it now. So how does it happen? So for example, in India, people don't have, you heard about the statistics.
I thought you were just taking a photo for that thing.
Now, today, if you were to contract a critical disease, God forbid if someone contracts a critical disease, at least the INR, Indian rupees 10 lakhs cover, 1 million Indian rupees is the basic one. Now, not everyone is able to afford the premium for it. So how do you pay for it when you have
just
all
for
the
writing it down.
expenses, tuition fees of the kids, your everyday family expenses, and you have to, take in time right amount of cover. Today, financial technology empowers. If you were to go to any of the insurance company's website and you were to actually do a transaction, you can convert your premium into easy installments of 12 months, 24 months, 36 months.
I don't think so it's visible for you.
Protect now, pay later. And this is a very good use case which today we are seeing in the country, that insurance companies are believing in premium financing. Now the moment you take an insurance policy, and what forbid event happens, event in terms of a disease or anything, and you go to a hospital, you have 70% of the expenses paid by the hospital. Today, anyone who has contracted any illness, 100% of the money doesn't get paid by the insurance, right? And especially in case of senior citizen parents, there are various deductions. There is a co-payment, which means that there is an implicit agreement that if any event happens, 30%, 20% has to be paid by the customer. So there would be a eventual reality that 20 to 30%, 40% amount may have to be paid by a particular individual who's got the policy. What does he do? If he doesn't have funds, currently in the country, many people have to take very expensive loans, peer-to-peer loans, and that also is one of the reasons why it becomes very difficult for them to sustain that. So with the help of embedded finance, you're not able to buy, you're just not only able to buy the insurance policy, you're also able to afford the 100% out of pocket expenses or 30% out of expenses, and you can do care now, pay later, which means if you are the caregiver or you are the patient, you can actually vacate the hospital very early, and you can come back and take your patient home. So that's the way embedded finance works. And in the country today, in the economy today, we have the best of the platform, which is powered by UPI, which is powered by various bureaus, credit bureaus, which actually give you a real-time decision. Today, various fintechs which are operating in the country, they can actually give you 10 lakh rupee amount within 15 minutes in your bank account, which earlier or today also, if you were to go to a bank, it take you at least a day or two. So that's where the financial technology fintechs are evolving this space, and fintechs are actually empowering insurtechs and healthtechs. So you don't have to wait. You can actually enjoy the product. Fintech for insurtech, I think this it gives you easy option of supporting your product in easy payments. You can actually get a huge discount. Today, insurance companies, they want a block of premium, 3 years premium. And it's also in interest because every year, the cost of insurance is rising. If I would have taken a 3-year bullet of insurance premium pre-pandemic, I would have posted at X amount. But after pandemic or during the pandemic, the health insurance companies have actually increased the price. If you were to see the insurance premium, they've risen up because the claims have gone up. So hence, if you pay a premium in the era of inflation and pandemic, it actually gives you a 10 to 15% discount. So paying for the premium with the help of finance gives a win-win situation for the insurance company, for the customer, and for the distributor. Fintech for healthcare. In healthcare, it's very important because many people, when they reach out to a hospital, the 50% people are not able to afford the treatment, and they have to step out from that particular hospital and reach out to a private hospital, which can, which has a huge queue, or which may not have the best of the doctors currently. So hence, it gives a very good seamless experience to the caregiver or the patient. Also, to the hospital, their ticket size goes up. Someone who wanted to afford a general ward treatment can actually upgrade himself to a semi-ward. You understand semi-ward? 2 beds in a room. Someone who wants to upgrade himself to a single room can easily do that. He may not need to have money right now, but he can take it on easy installments. Someone who wanted to afford the treatment can actually get the treatment started. So it's actually a big blessing because of financial technology sitting in hospitals to kickstart the treatment. Then at a lot of hospitals you will see the beds are not there, right? In COVID times it did happen because when there is a bill which reaches out to the patient figures out whether the bill is correct or not, he negotiates with the third party administrator, or he negotiates with the insurance company. And it takes on an average 6 to 7 hours for a bed to be ready for the next patient. If there is a financial product embedded in hospitals, within 2 hours the bills can be settled and the bed is available for the next patient to come in. So it actually brings in a lot of efficiency, not only from the perspective of patient, caregiver, but hospitals themselves. And fitting for the patients. I don't need to emphasize this. Of course, this is the care in the emergency situation, so this helps in save lives. Yeah. Just to give you a broad, the way we are talking about technology making access to finance very easy is just a simulation. On the top of the matrix, you have the loan amount, which is the finance that we need, right from ₹1 lakh and to go onwards. The tenor, which is the number of months, you can take it for 9 months to 36 months, approximately a year to 2 years. The interest rate, again, it could be 0% for the patient, which means the hospital suffers it. The hospital can absorb the cost, or on an average 5 to 6%. And see the easy EMIs. In the various platforms, various schemes in which just to afford the treatment of ₹1 lakh, one just has to go from or choose a plan from ₹11,000 to actually ₹3,500. Now, if such a model comes in, which is coming in and which is a future thing, which is actually the amalgamation of a fintech into a health tech or a hospital, you would actually see the life becoming so simple. No one would actually be short of money to kickstart a treatment. And the best of the hospitals, or even the mixing hospitals, all of us know it's an ecosystem where they have to fund the treatment. They have to have money in order to kickstart the treatment. Because everyone has to be paid a salary. Everyone has to be taken care of. That's where you see the entire ecosystem work. What's the future like? The future is that, of course, 3 years back, 4 years back, we had industries, we had insurance, we had healthcare, we had NBFCs. Now these industries will cease to exist. What would they become? They would become insurtech, because every insurance company today cannot do a face-to-face or physical sales, physical distribution. They've got to have a digital distribution. So physical, digital means digital, but the future is digital. When you have the smartphone boom, India is the biggest smartphone market today in the country. So everyone will go digital. And hence you would see insurance becoming insurtech, healthcare becoming healthtech, NBFCs, banks becoming fintech. And further, if you click a picture 5 years later, either of these platforms, they will not call themselves fintech, insurtech. What would they call them? Either a finsurtech that we saw in the second slide, or a finentech, which means everyone would need embedded finance to power the distribution. And that's where you see the FIH Trinity of funds. So at the end you will see fintech for everything. Everything will have an embedded finance option in order to make distribution affordable, convenient, and anytime accessible. And I think in some of the countries, you may already see, you would have a single app, which is a one app, super app, you may call it anything. Today, you have something in Paytm, something in PhonePe, but then there will be more such apps. And you would see one app where you are actually doing a doctor consultation. Like if anyone doesn't feel right now, you can just open up that app and you can do a doctor consultation. You can actually check the hospital beds available or not. You can subscribe for a treatment. You would see health insurance being bought. You would see life insurance being bought. You would have fitness, pharmacy, everything. And various platforms, be it a fintech, healthtech, insurtech, everyone will offer that. Because they don't want their customers to go outside their platform. And hence the concept of one super app. Every platform in future would definitely have a fintech embedded into it, would definitely promote the health of its customers, and could also offer insurance. So that's a brief thought which came to my mind, and I thought it will be great for me to share that perspective with you that if we have to look into the future, we see a trinity of startups coming in, which is fintech, healthtech, insurtech coming together and solving our customer problems. So this is the end to my presentation, and in case there are any questions, I'll be happy to. Well, I think, we've seen breaches happening in the best of places, but I think, those are Six Sigma events. Because every platform or a platform company today, right from the start, it starts acquiring B2B customers, B2C customers. The core of it is information security. And information security is the most important investment that any platform company is started by the big groups like Tata's, or be it started by the founders and founders today that we see in the country. And everyone keeps on investing in technology, because this is the most important thing. The entire valuation of the enterprise actually gets shot down if there is a big cyber insecurity coming up. So I would say that I think everyone should be reassured of the safety. Of course, there could be Six Sigma cases wherein there will be a debate around WhatsApp, there will be a debate around Facebook, and we've seen these instances happening. But the benefits are way more, the events are very, very less. But I think it's absolutely secure because there is huge investment happening by everyone. The most important aspect of any round of investments, it talks about how to make the platform more stable, how to make the platform more attractive. And at the core lies your point, which is information security and the data privacy of the customer. Yeah, absolutely. Imagine all of you drive vehicles. Yeah, you have FASTag on your car. How many people have FASTag? I think everyone, right? Gone are the days, you pay from your pocket. Imagine FASTag, what that data is useful for. The toll at which, the timing at which you're crossing by, like I travel between Mumbai and Pune very frequently, and there's a place called Lonavala. The moment you're crossing Lonavala at 10 p.m. in the night, and you know that that's actually a ghat area, it's a mountainous region. And there is information about yours with the FASTag company, which is actually a bank or a fintech player. And that information can be used to display an offer, to you that, hey, why are you driving, at 10 o'clock, 11 o'clock? Why don't you have a stopover at a hotel, which is OA rooms or anything like that. So you would see a lot of data today which is being consumed. You have a lot of information that all the platforms use. Of course, because of data privacy, you can't keep on selling this data. But the same data can be used by the same platform to actually give you multiple offers. So I think there will be a data-led distribution happening. The future is the distribution will not have me coming to Sir Mr. Frank and saying that Mr. Frank, you require this iPad. Because I would know so much of persona about him, but actually I would give him offers the right stage. And that's what is happening right now. If you do a smart search today in the morning, after 3 hours, you would have a lot of information coming about the browser.
Day 1 links పంపించేశాను. Day 1 links పంపించిన కదా అది పంపించేశాను.
Are there any ghosts in this room?
Day 2 ఉంది. పంపిస్తాను.
Do people believe in ghosts?
Yes.
You believe in ghosts? There are ghosts in this room. I can see many in your hands. These are mobile phones. These are listening. And if you talk about luxury, if you talk about you want to buy a BMW today, you want to buy, let's say, a XYZ property today, these mobile phones are listening. What they do? They accumulate that data. Google runs that data, and actually the keywords are identified because there are a lot of brands which are buying this data. And immediately in the afternoon, if you're not registered with ENC, you will start getting calls. So, kya property invested in? Would you want to buy a luxury property? So that's what data is today. So of course, data is private, but at the same time, it's being used to give you the best of offers. Choice is ours, how much data we need to give about ourselves. But we are moving towards a data-led generation in which there will be data-led distribution. You will see less of physical distribution and more of data distribution coming. Absolutely. I think you're absolutely right, and in some form or the other, finance has been always there. Finance starts from the barter which used to happen in the country. You produce sugar canes, but you require wheat. So you give X amount of sugar cane for the wheat, right? That's the way the early us used to thrive. And as we move forward today, whatever we may have the best of wallet money, various apps for powering it, but still we would want to prefer that register the return, I'll pay to you at the end of the month. So of course, that is called unorganized finance, but it has its own limitation. It can only work to a few thousands of rupees. But when you have to reach to the iPhones, and you get to, you go to promas of the world, you go to the organized retail, of course, there they may not do that because they don't have the deep pockets. A grocery seller may have some pockets to allow you to buy something on credit, and you set it up. But this is the same thing, transformed into giving you bigger purchasing power. And my entire thought process here is, when you require this purchasing power, it's great. But when you have the need and you don't have the purchasing power, you really want to talk about those times where technology makes it possible for you to get the money in your hand within 10 minutes, no questions asked. Of course, at the back end, in order to avoid frauds, there have to be certain checks, bureau checks and all. But anyone who's a good guy, pays his credit card EMIs in time, pays off his loans, would be having access to easy finance, and of course he can get it right at the time of emergency. I think, sir, the problem here is because I've been an insurance guy, so I have sold insurance for 10 years, and I've also been on the other side, which is I had to claim an amount. Of course, in India today, because the fair trade doesn't exist at a lot of places, it doesn't mean that everyone is unfair. People have their challenges, but majority of the grouse comes in either from the customer who doesn't, he's not able to read the policy, who goes in for big trust on the distributor, okay? And he buys it something, but he finds out later when the event happens, he's not eligible for a particular thing. So I think it's because some of us in that value chain, we don't communicate very transparently, faithfully, that's where these problems happen. But in a fair trade, insurance companies are here to make money by earning premiums, and they're also here to give claims. If they stop paying claims, there is a big brand adversity which happens. And in today's time, when a buyer has a choice of so many, because of these platforms, no one would want to have an angry customer. So I think the X percentage of claims is because that someone from the sales may not have been able to explain the product, or someone who's a buyer may not have been able to understand it. And I think in India, thankfully, the regulator is having a lot of teeth. That they protect the investor community in a big way. So that's where I think a lot of startups are coming who want to protect the interest of the buyers and make it happen. But overall, if you were to see, I think 80 to 90% of the claims are rightfully settled. 5 to 10% will have these challenges. But over a period of time, with the advent of regulator and insurance companies or banks or anyone who's regulated, they really want to resolve it.
control this surveillance capitalism, that's data governance. The data governance now called as surveillance capitalism. So this bank business model using this Facebook, Amazon and all. So this reg tech, actually I would say that reg tech in India is weak and it's not strongly linked with this health tech and insurtech and other fintech models. So the reg tech should be improved. Otherwise, we should have a proper regulation to control this data governance or surveillance of capitalism.
I think there are some data governance laws, like you can't store in financial services, you can't store the data of customers abroad. You know, the server, the cloud has to be, the data center has to be in India. I've been now, studying these. I don't have the 100% knowledge of it. In the healthcare side, you can't disclose the details of the patient. Like if you're a platform, you can't suddenly give data that Mr. ABC has done these tests, these are the outcomes of the report, and see they require insurance. So two data don't speak to each other. Only if you are the distributor, which means that you are giving health solutions, you can be the insurance provider as well. You can't give this data to anyone in the industry. If found so, your license can be cancelled, your company can be pushed. So there are certain laws which prevail in which you can't sell the sensitive data on financial services of customers or on healthcare outcomes to anyone. That's there.
This app is linked to bank account. So whenever you use this app, and the fund is debited from the bank account.
Oh, it's all very safe. Hardly you would have heard about any of the scams happening. In the last 3 years, if you've seen the UPI has completely taken over every technology that's been powering all digital transactions. And then demonetization happened, and you've seen in the last 1.5 years, I've forgotten the pins of all my credit cards, debit cards. Credit cards still yes, because you want to buy expensive stuff, you may want to postpone paying off it. But I've not even withdrawn money from an ATM in the last 1.5 years. And the situation is that I don't know the passwords, I don't know the PIN codes, but yet I'm able to aspire and fulfill my lifestyle. So data security is immense. You won't see any challenges happening. Somewhere frauds will happen which could be sitting in the bank branches or something. But everything I think has been controlled very well with the technology.
Thank you so much. Next up we have Ms. Sree Maheshwari, who is a Harvard Medical School certified mind-body medicine coach and happiness coach from the Institute of Wellbeing in Berkeley. As an avid researcher on the subject of mental and emotional well-being, she decided to establish a lifestyle coaching platform that coaches everyone on how to live a happy life on a daily basis. Her life's purpose is to transform herself so that she could assist others in doing the same. With over 15 years of expertise in a range of industries, including fashion, retail, and multimedia, she has set records for delivering the most number of footfalls to malls through her groundbreaking designs for art installation and photographs. In the execution of her works, she enjoys fusing art and technology. How cool is that? Now, I would like to invite Ms. Sree Maheshwari to speak on today's topic, Happy Souls Change the World.
Good morning, friends. I would like to start off with a few questions. And these questions are very, very simple. Are you ready? So my first question to you is, and you don't have to answer out loud, are you having a good day?
Yes. Yes.
And my second question to you is, why? why are you having a good day? Yes. And if you're not having a good day, why you're not having a good day? And the second question to you is, would you rather have tomorrow as a good day or a bad day? What about day after? What about next week, same time? Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, every day? Would you like to have every day as a good day? So imagine if every day is a good day and a happy day. What will happen? What difference would it make? Would you then like to change the world and have a huge and bigger contribution to the world? Just keep this question in your mind as well. So according to World Happiness Report, India ranks 136 out of 146 countries, Finland being the happiest country of the world. There was a joint study done, and it was revealed that genetics and the environmental factors play the most important role in the causes of difference of happiness between two people. There was also a very robust research done by World Happiness Report that claims that the emotional health of children determine how happy they are going to be as adults. Solid emotional health in childhood leads to happy adults with very strong immunity, happy hormones like dopamine, endorphins, serotonin, low stress hormones like cortisol, great gut health, good sleep, great stress management capacities. And those are the adults who have meaningful lives, and they are the adults who have the capacity to bring in a big change in the world. So yes, this research backs the fact that happy children lead to happy adults, which lead to happy planet. Happiness, is it gaining attention? Yes. During pandemic, I think this topic, the happiness subject, has had a huge impact on a very popular conception of how our life should be. And the government bodies, the societies are fostering a lot of collective initiatives on this subject. On Google, GDA, Gross Domestic Product, GDP, used to be the most searched phrase in published books, and this has been replaced by the word happiness. There is a database on Google called NGRAM that measures the occurrence, the frequency of the occurrence of the common words in most published books. And in the last 2 years, happiness is the #1 word. You would find this word in various published journals, magazine covers, research papers by Howard. A lot of authors are writing on this subject, like Sharon Salzberg. The magazine covers are there. Government policies are getting created based on happiness. A beautiful example of this is New Zealand. New Zealand has branded its recent budget, and it is named by Wellbeing Budget. Now this Wellbeing Budget on its second page has happiness statistics of the, it measures the life satisfaction of the citizens of New Zealand. So yes, this is gaining a lot of attention across the globe. Just few of the companies, there are many more, the global companies with happiest employees 2022. So imagine, even the global companies, they are measuring the happiness quotient of their employees. So there are various factors taken into account, and few of them are here. I used to think that pursuing happiness is the whole purpose of my life. Everyone said that the path to happiness was success. So I looked out for that ideal job, that perfect life partner, that beautiful apartment. And then I realized the more I was chasing happiness, I was feeling more anxious and adrift. And this was not just me, all my friends were struggling with the same thing. So what is it? Why so much of despair? We are objectively having a more qualitative life now in terms of everything. Then why are we so hopeless sometimes, depressed, anxious? Why there is feeling of emptiness knowing all individuals? So I just thought, let's study more. What is missing? So I study and research researched mind-body relationship. I did many courses on this subject, and what I discovered absolutely changed my life. There are a lot of research that have concluded that despair is not the cause, not because of the lack of happiness, it is because of lack of something else. Lack of meaning. Lack of meaning in life, which we can say fulfillment. So yes, it's not just happiness, it's something bigger. It's larger than life. It's the meaning that you have in your life. Let's meet Alvin. Let's see what he has to say. So he's here just speaking into our beautiful Global Impact Summit going on here, and he has a problem to share with all of you. My parents have lots of complaints with me. They feel I don't get what I want, I throw tantrums, I don't want to study, my teachers are unhappy with me. Overall, I'm really upset and I need your help. Can you help me? Can you make Alvin happy? Yes, let's give all these things to Alvin and make him cheerful. Let's meet Alvin again, and now he's a teenager. Now let's see what is his problem. He needs to decide what subject to study. He has a lot of peer pressure, all his friends have decided what they want to study, but Alvin is confused. His family's pressurizing him because they think he's not serious about his life. He thinks nobody cares for him. Alvin needs help. Alvin is unhappy. What should he do? There are a lot of surveys that have been done on millennials to ask them what the most important life goals were. 80% of them said that the major life goal for them was to get rich. Another 50% of the same adults want to become famous. But constantly they were told to lean into work, to push harder, and achieve more. We are given the impression that these are the things we need to go after in order to have a good life. Let's meet Alvin again. And now he's 30 years old. What he has to say? I'm planning to quit my job. I think my boss doesn't like me. So earlier, his parents, his teachers didn't like him. And now his boss doesn't like him. He has proved himself again and again, but of no use. So he says, I don't know what will I do, but I'm going to quit my job. Insecurity and fear are my constant companions, and I'm unhappy. Can you help him? Can you help Alvin? Let's make Alvin happy. Let's give him everything that he aspires. Name, fame, luxury, everything. Now, Alvin is old. He's 80 years old. He's a businessman. I've achieved enough in my life, but now my children have grown up and they want to run my business in their own ways. But I feel they don't really understand my business. I've given my life to build this. My business partner almost made us bankrupt, but I saved my business. I don't want to lose this business. I want my children to take my advice before taking any steps. Alvin is still not very happy. He needs help. What Alvin could have done differently? Let's see the study. There was a study done which is called Harvard Study of Adult Development, and it is the longest study of adult life that's ever been done. So this is a study that crossed over 75 years. It was done on 700 individuals, where the researchers studied adults from their childhood to their old age at every stage of their life to see what made them ultimately happy and healthy as they grew older. So this research is particularly by Rohit, and he's the 4th director of this research. And what they found out was that it's the relationships and the belonging that people focused on and got healthiest and happiest in their old age. So what is happiness if we have to just say in one word? Fulfillment. So what I've come across is a beautiful research done by a psychologist called Emily Smith, and some part of this research is also her study on 1,000 individuals done every year to year. And this is a beautiful 4-pillar which says the first pillar to fulfillment is belonging, also backed by Harvard. Relationships with our family, our friends and colleagues, the belongingness we feel towards them is the first pillar to happiness. So for example, if there is chronic pain in old age and you have somebody to look after you, somebody to discuss, share your life with, that pain becomes more, bearable, unlike vice versa situation. So relationships form the basis of fulfillment. Second is purpose. What is your why? What is the deeper meaning to your life? So why is what I want to do so that it has a contribution to we, to us, community, nation, world. 2 dash so that dash, fill in the blanks. 2 is word, affirmative, action. What do I do to create, to master, to foster, so that what impact will it have on a bigger scale? So to transform myself so that I can help others transform is my current purpose. So likewise, what's yours? Dig into your why and you get your purpose. Your purpose would be related to the work that you do. You could find that purpose in the job that you do, or it could be outside your job, something larger than life. So that's the second pillar of fulfillment. Third is transcendence. What is transcendence? When you just rise above the daily hustle bustle of life, you're just out of your own self, and you kind of feel it's too divine. You just lose the sense of space and time in that very moment. What is that moment of transcendence for you? For some people it would be art, for others it would be music, it would be charity, it could be giving, it could be kindness, helping others. It could be anything. Do you have this pillar intact in your life, or are you just busy in the daily hustle bustle doing your daily job, enjoying it, coming back home, or being with your people, and the day ends and then you just go to repeat more day after other? Do you have a moment of transcendence in your life? What is it? Something larger than life. And the fourth one will surprise everyone. It is storytelling. What story do you tell yourself about yourself? That's very important. And we are the editors of our own story. The way we interpret, the way we edit it, and the way we narrate it to ourselves. But for example, something happened to somebody, met with an accident. That person can go on saying the story all his or her life. I met with an accident after this happened, and now I'm this because of that particular accident in a negative way. Or the story could completely change his life. He could just edit it. That happened, that is what I learned, and today because of that, I'm having this huge impact in the world. I have a beautiful example in my family. There is a deaf and dumb child in my family. The mother was totally devastated when the child was born. Now together, they are touching lives of so many hundreds and thousands of people with their beautiful initiative, where they're helping especially able kids. So you can just change your story, you're author of your own story. So be very mindful about how you narrate your own story to yourselves first and then others. And trust me, your story can just change the way you think, you feel, and you act. One very beautiful example of this is, there's a lady called Jackie. When the child was 3 years old, she decided to teach her child something beyond school. So she taught her child how to be a giver. They made a project for 365 give in their own house. And she told her child to do one give every day. Now in the beginning, the child thought that was impossible, how to give every day. But then she came up with various ideas that you could just help a neighbor. You could donate something, be kind to somebody. Do whatever you feel like. Make a list of things, but we are going to do one give every day for 1 year, 365 days. That was just an experiment she did to, engage her child and make him more kind, more compassionate to other beings. The child got so excited with this activity, he took it so seriously. Every day he would wake up and make a list of the things he would like to give that particular week. He would go out there and help people. Slowly, it just spread like a fire in his own classroom and school. Every child in the class started doing this here. The teachers got excited, and soon it was made a part of curriculum of that school. And now there are 50,000 schools having 365K as part of the curriculum. Now imagine the life of this child. He's also algorithm, right? He's also having the same issues, but he has a moment of transcendence in his life that makes him going ahead, and he's changing lives of so many people. And this particular thing is so simple. Even a 3-year-old could do. Can we do this? Can we do something like this? Imagine, it would be such a big impact in our surroundings, touching lives of so many people day by day. Now let me ask you this question, and this is the most important question. To do all this, in order to touch few or all the pillars of fulfillment, what is that one prerequisite that is required? What is the base? What is it? Self-awareness, right? What else? If I have to club it into one thing, one word. Pardon? Desire, definitely. What else? Looking for that one word. Yes, definitely. And for that too, what is it required? For all the things that you're saying is absolutely correct. What is required even to have that? Yes, and for that, what's needed? Yes? Yes. Definitely. Goals, action, desire, awareness, happiness, yes, but for that too, what is required? It's very easy. Alright. I say health. Health. How can you do any of that without great mind-body fitness? A lot of things happen globally. For example, Edna's CEO, he met with 2 life tragedies. His child, got diagnosed with the rarest of the cancers. Same year, he got a ski accident. He was in the hospital. And he could see the broken medical care system. And he struggled a lot. And then somebody introduced him to mindfulness, fitness, all that. He recovered beautifully. And now he has got a huge department running in his own company. And they're doing a lot of initiatives with government bodies to spread this awareness. So all I'm trying to say is that there are a lot of people across the globe who also are following the path of health, especially mental health, what we are focusing on over here. This is a LinkedIn CEO. He's completely into mindfulness, and he also promotes this very famous app called Headspace to all his employees. And they have a separate department who is training all the employees within the organization and bringing more and more people to get linked to beautiful concept of meditation and mindfulness. We all know Bill Gates is a true example of doing all these practices on a daily basis. Oprah Winfrey, the world's one of the most famous philosophers, and they back them. They say that their mental strength comes from all these practices. Various studies from Harvard Medical School have been done. I'm not explaining the graphic detail, but what I want to establish over here is there are a lot of researchers and scientists across the globe who have established the fact that all these beautiful brain workouts can actually change the structure of your brain. They have conducted brain scans of people before and after and have proved scientifically that this spiritual science is actually experiential and very scientific in nature. How these things can actually change your brain. The same thing when you work out in a gym, we train our muscles and there's a muscle memory. So if we can train our physical body, muscular system, why not train our brain muscles? Even brain muscles have memory, and they can be trained to have more perseverance, resilience, awareness, desire, goals, actions. Everything starts from here. The 95% of psychosomatic diseases come from here. But we are focusing more on our physical fitness and not mental fitness to that level. Are we doing any mental workout on a daily basis? Can we take out just 5 to 10 minutes on a daily basis for a nice brain workout? I think that is extremely important and needed. A lot of studies again have done that how the brain structure changes from inside after practicing I call it brain workouts, and there will be multiple types and forms of those workouts. There are studies done in Benson Henry Institute. They speak a lot about sleep, which also is my favorite topic of research, because as a teenager, I had issues with my own sleep. And I realized that there are less number of coaches on sleep, but there are more doctors available who give pills and antidepressants and sleeping tabs. And in today's times, you would come across people who are doing very well in life, very successful, but have sleep issues. And there will be so many underlying factors for this. They need not need a medicine or a doctor. Maybe they need it, definitely that is required, that medical help is needed. But most of the times, people do need medical help. All they need, maybe, is to just correct the circadian rhythm. Their inner body clock should be in tune with the nature. How's the gut health? What is the nutrition that you're taking? Are you something on happiness and not design this time? And as an experiment, we got such amazing feedback from students, how they were feeling by doing those assignments, going for industry visit, looking out for campus placements, how these things help them. And now it's a part of their curriculum, the Happiness Project. So we are doing it for Delhi, Hyderabad, Mumbai, Telugu as of now. And so now Alvin is the same things, but differently. Personal life, he has pleasure, passion, he has purpose. God is why. Family, he take care of all the relationships well. There's a sense of belonging with family and friends. Workplace, he's innovative, and he has happy bosses out there. So exercises you would find on various apps and YouTube also, and various other apps. So for me, yes, I think that should start at the early stage, and I think a lot of schools are now incorporating all these as a part of the subject.
Oh. So again, the question is, can we punish the kid or not?
You should never punish the kid, for sure.
Okay.
Never. There's a way of explaining. Could be stubborn, could be strict, but not punish. But you should definitely reward your kid, is what I feel.
Yeah, that's fine. But when they are like crossing the, like naughty, at some point of time, like we try to bear the naughtiness, but when they cross that, then what can we do?
I think this is a little more complex, so I think we need to discuss more in order to come to certain kind of, action list what we could do. Maybe we can get in touch later on.
Yeah,
I
sure.
think, because
I will write a mail
yes,
to you.
definitely,
Yeah.
definitely. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Now, I would like to call upon Dr. Raul Rodriguez, Vice President of Woxsen University, to make some special and big announcements.
All right, now I'm audible? All right, so there is only one reason why I have come up again. I know yesterday I might have bored you enough, yesterday and before yesterday. Too much of me is not good also, but there is a reason. There are 3 announcements which are a byproduct of the summit, and a byproduct of the relationship built across. I will start from the institutional partnerships, for which I will need you to come here, Dr. Aditi. And one more we'll announce in the second half. We'll announce it now, but signing in the second half. The first one is Woxsen University, especially the School of Arts and Design, will be signing an MOU with IIT BHU, which is Banaras Hindu University. So for this, I will invite the Dean of the School of Arts and Design at Woxsen and our counterparts at BHU to explain what the collaboration will be about in brief.
Thank you, Dr. Thank you, everyone. I think it's a great opportunity to announce this collaboration. We already have worked in last time a joint conference, and the conference was very successful. This collaboration is mainly looking forward joint research, conducting the training program, and probably in near future establishing a design innovation lab under the supervision of BHU. I would also request Dr. Manish Arora, who is heading the BHU Innovation Lab and very proactive in the research and collaboration, to say a few words.
Thank you. Thank you, Woxsen, to invited me. And this is really great opportunity for BHU also as a public sector university to come for the private sector university. From BHU UP to Andhra, Hyderabad, it's a 2-hour flight journey and more than 30-hour train journey. But now, through the online sessions and interaction earlier in the last September, we have a good rapport with this Woxsen University and Department of Design. Now we are thinking about to enrich this relationship in future aspects, and we will surely soon announce some of the training workshops, and after that a good academic and continuous relationship with the Woxsen in a different domain also. Thank you for that.
Thank you, Dr.
Thank you very much. Second announcement, which we will do the signature in the second half, not ours, another one, is with Solbridge, Gusson University and Solbridge School of Business. We'll do the signature, officiating signature in the second half, but let me announce it for you. We have had a partnership with that BS school for approximately a couple of years now, I think. And we had 2 exchange students so far, Diraj and Bhuvan. Now, that was only on the exchange student front. Now we are jumping into a much more robust collaboration, which is dual degree. That means 2+2 arrangement for the BBA program. So there are many BBA students here today. So all of you have the opportunity now to go to South Korea and pursue the second leg of your degree and get 2 degrees. One is the Indian degree and then the South Korean degree. And of course, open the market much more for you. As I said, the signature of the MOU will be done in the second half. But nevertheless, a big round of applause for us. Mayak Big is here. Thank you so much. And the third announcement, and let me give you a very brief before I call it in. Please be ready with it. We have Rohan and who, please come here. These 2 gentlemen, you already listened to him yesterday. They run a company which will be very large in the near future, which is called Classavo. Yesterday you already discussed various things anyway. I've met this gentleman in 2019 in the Forbes 30 under 30 event in Berlin, in Germany. At that time, we connected pretty well. So when we are organizing and conceptualizing this event, along with even Florin as well, I thought, let us bring those big shot guys who are the next Steve Jobs or Bill Gates, I may say, since he's American as well. And we collaborate accordingly. So the conceptualization of collaboration with Woxsen came across for a chair professorship arrangement. So I'm pretty glad to announce that I will personally be holding the chair professor for their company, but this chair professorship comes with a scholarship, which you might please bring here. Classavo is donating for entrepreneurship and startups incubation. $3.5 lakh rupees, $5,000 to the university. And this will go to all these students that have presented startups. This is for incubation. This will be for developing their companies and accelerating their ideas. So Rohan, I have to say that we're really glad to collaborate. This is a very, very kind gesture of your side, and this is a byproduct of the Global Summit. Otherwise, he will not know that these individuals exist in the first place. So again, big round of applause. Thank you very much.
So again, I really like to thank, Dr. Raul here and Chahat here. It's been extraordinary time. I think it's an honor for us to be here, and I think the management team here, and especially the students, have really captured our hearts. You guys extremely curious. It was a not so gentle reminder for us that why are we doing this in the first place? So again, thank you for all of you guys, and hopefully this is just a start of a small seed that can grow into a big tree. So again, thank you for all the opportunity here.
Let's take one more photo. Chahat, please take a photo there. From the center, from the center. Can you give the mic here, please, on the table? Smile, please, look at the cameras. And we are signing the agreement as ceremonial officiation. You can come here. You say you have a special pen for me. So please note that we are going to benchmark Donald Trump's modus operandi of signing agreements. So he wants to sign with a Mont Blanc pen, which is pretty Trump-oriented, in fact. Are you saying you are the next president of the US? That will be great, in fact.
I think it's ballpoint. Don't want to leak in your seat. No, go after you. So for everyone who are here, we are basically signing an agreement to strengthen the ties between Woxsen and Classavo to further research interest, pedagogical research, digital learning, and also supporting more interactive content for all of y'all in this year and next year as well. But something that's really dear and near to our hearts is student entrepreneurship. So hopefully we can keep continuing the students on campus in terms of mentoring, in terms of scholarship funds, in terms of incubation. So again, this is just a symbol of signing that, so thank you.
right, thank you very much.
Ladies and gentlemen, now we'll be having a 10-minute snack break, so you can have your snacks outside.
I request all the delegates and everybody to be back here by 11:55. I kindly request you all to be on time.
When we're going to get a heart attack. Yes, with AI embedded in our phones, smartwatches, privacy really has become a question mark. Well, now we have a roundtable conference on that topic. Will AI make privacy a thing of the past? And a moderator for that roundtable would be Dr. P. Swami Sairam, Chair for Center for Management Research and Assistant Professor in the domain of AI/ML and AML at the School of Business. He has completed his PhD in the area of machine learning and its uses in water treatment. He has also worked upon patents and has also had one of his projects recently funded by the Government of India. He has worked and developed different AI models such as personality trait detectors, vehicle detection and tracking algorithms, overspeeding detections, just to name a few. Sir, we request upon and our esteemed panelists would be
Dr. Manish Arora, who is an assistant professor from Banaras Hindu University, who has 15 years of experience in the field of fine arts and has postdoctoral fellow awarded by University Grants Commission. It's a pleasure to have you on board with us, sir.
And Dr. Preeti Reddy is the Managing Director of Malla Reddy Multi-Special Hospital. Dr. Preeti Reddy is a dynamic, result-oriented professional with a proven track record of outstanding performance. Her noble vision is to make healthcare accessible and affordable to all. It's a pleasure to have you, ma'am.
Next up, we have Mr. Mayank Wee, Country Manager for Woxsen University, South Korea, who earned a bachelor's degree in computer science and engineering and completed a master's degree in business management at South Korea's Seoul-Bridge International School of Business. With 3 years plus of experience and shown expertise in business development, competitive intelligence, and emerging markets. Glad to have you on board with us, sir.
And then Dr. Pavan Kumar Damaraju, AML lead at Tata Consultancy Service, who has over 26 years of experience in data science. It's a pleasure to have you, sir.
So, welcome everyone for this wonderful session on will AI make privacy a thing of the past? And I believe these discussions are never ending, which you might have seen at different forums and all. We have a wonderful panel if you see. We have healthcare, we also have industry-specific consultancies in information and technology. We have an higher education administrator. We also have an academician over here. So one thing what is common in this complete panel, if I talk about, is the data. And believe me, data is the new oil in this present infrastructure or present industrial requirements. That's the new oil and the cake for every big giant companies, you name it, Apple or Facebook or Airbnb, whichever the company is. And AI is just a big terminology being used to represent machine learning, data sciences, data analytics, deep learning methodologies, whatever it is. Even robotics is now what is counted under AI/ML. So when we talk privacy, when we talk about when we talk about the privacy, we see several news articles coming up and several companies talking about privacy. Apple itself states like, think privacy, think Apple. If it's whatever is in your phone, it's your privacy. We don't take anything. So companies are coming up with these taglines to ensure the customer needs that the privacy is not invaded. And the way we are being tracked, the way we are being hosted around by all the different methodologies of gathering the data and informations. So obviously we have that challenge, but what type of information is being used here and there. And even we talk about different governments across the globe and the stakeholders, they're coming up with different policies to protect these privacies. Like EU in May 2018, they came up with general data protection regulations and all. So the goal of this panel discussion is like to understand to which extent this AI is going to take our privacy out. Because I'm sure we can't conclude in this 1 hour or, you even conduct this for 3 hours or 3 days. The answer is not going to come out. So I would like to start with Preeti Reddy. So when we talk about healthcare and post-pandemic, we see that several doctors and as even morning session we had, how technology has been taking into different industrial spectrums, like be it fintech or insurances and all. In the same manner, across the globe, we have seen how technology has been incorporated in healthcare industry and how doctors are shifting towards telemedicine side and how pharmaceutical companies are coming up with different types of medicines and all. So I would like to understand how this data is being protected and how the privacy has been of a patient, particularly because there are several apps, there are several diabetic patients, you have a jab here and it keeps a track of your blood sugar levels. So how the healthcare sector is ethically looking after this privacy concerns of the patients and different customers. Yeah, over to you.
Hello everyone, I'm Dr. Preeti Reddy. I've done my MBBS and later I've done my MD in internal medicine. At the moment, I'm the director of Reddy Health City. Before we start this conversation, Dr. Sairam, I would like to respect the dignity on the panelist. It's Dr. Manish Arora sir and Dr. Pavan Kumar sir, then Mr. Mayank Wick sir, and of course Dr. Swami Sairam. Thank you for inviting me to this Global Impact Summit. And of course, I would like to also invite and give honor to all the delegates from different countries. And of course, the bright students of Woxsen University. Before starting with the answer of your question, sir, I would like to introduce about ourselves. And we are one of the largest group of institutions in Telangana today. It's called as Reddy Group of Institutions. We started in the year 2002. At the moment, we are having more than 12 engineering colleges, 3 MBA colleges, MCA colleges, pharmacy, and of course, Reddy Health City. I'm the director of the Health City, where we are having 2 medical colleges, each medical college with more than 200 MBBS seats every year. We also do have 2 dental colleges with more than 100 seats for each year from each dental college. And most importantly, we believe in educating women because I'm myself a woman though, and of course it's an honor to have an exclusive medical college for women with 200 seats, nowhere available in India. It's only with us. It's a proud moment for me to tell that. And of course, an exclusive dental college for women with 100 seats, which also is not available in anywhere in India. And we are running 2 teaching hospitals. Each hospital is 2,000 bedded, so. And as you can know, that it's a teaching hospital, so we do everything free of cost. We have our outpatient department, which we give absolutely free. We also provide an IPD, that is the inpatient services, absolutely free of cost. And we also provide them all the medical and surgical services free of cost too. And especially the deliveries, the surgeries, we don't charge them anything except for the consumables, the pharmaceuticals, the pharmacy. In fact, we give them a check for deliveries, whether it's normal or cesarean. A girl born child, we give a check of 5,000 rupees to the mother so that she would be able to take care about them. At the moment, the OPD number we have in each teaching hospital is more than 1,800 per day. And you can imagine the number of cases, the number of patients, and the enormous data is being preserved by us in our computer is, of course, very, very private. And as you can see, the COVID times has been really a testing time for the entire world. And during this moment, we could understand the importance of telemedicine. Many patients were unable to come to the hospital. Number one is because of fear. They feel that if even I am a negative person, say if I'm not positive for COVID, if I come to a hospital, I'll be positive. So for them, they wanted to connect to the doctors, but by staying home. So the moment they connect to our doctors through telemedicine, we need to ask their details, we need to ask their private details, and of course, the account numbers of the credit cards and everything, because that's the way they pay. And it's very important, and of course, a responsibility for the hospital to keep it absolutely private and not to be given out. So we have our own software systems where we try to keep it absolutely within the hospital premises and not let it go out. So that was our first priority because they believed on us and they gave their data to us the moment they started this telemedicine. Above all, the most important thing is whether you're positive or you're negative. The moment if you're positive, there's a stigma, the fear of people knowing that I'm positive. Actually, it's supposed to be that people should know you're positive so that they be away from you, but this is India. So there was a social stigma that yes, I'm a positive person, so I should hide it. So that has been also preserved. And above that, even not just COVID, even during the other times, the other diseases, there are few diseases which I think people will not be able to label themselves that yes, I'm having this disease. So the details of the disease, at what stage they are, what kind of pharmacy they are using right now, is everything being kept in private. So of course, it's a pride moment for me to be a part of this panel and to also discuss about few researches which we are doing. It's out of the question and out of the answer, but would like to also tell proudly that we are doing research in the new system. We are developing an app through AI where we can diagnose the skin diseases immediately and quickly. So we have generated an app in our health city by preserving or by coding into algorithms the skin diseases so that the moment anybody having a skin problem can open the app, can put the picture of the skin disease, of the skin problem which they have, and they would like to know the differential diagnosis of the disease. So this is the new thing which is coming. And of course, we are also doing the similar version in CT scan. They do have the CT scan with them, but they don't know the report. So they utilize this app to put their scan to know the differential diagnosis of their disease. So of course, being into the hospital industry, a 24/7 running industry, we see to it that the privacy of our patients is very, very important. Thank you.
So speaking of, you have pointed out two major issues like the responsibility and the software systems. So when we talk about responsibility, it lies with the people working around, and obviously they come from different education backgrounds. So my next question is to Dr. Manish Arora, because he comes from an academic setup where we try to, means I am also from the academic, so yeah, we try to train the students, we try to educate them for the next industrial segments, how they're gonna work on. So in your experiences or in your field of expertise, how do you think, like how important is about to teach ethics for the students? Because they are the ones who are going to be the next forefront, right? So how important is ethics to be taught and responsibility to be taught for them?
Thank you. Thank you for your questions. And very good afternoon to everyone. Especially for the data privacy and related with the ethics, this is very important for any educational institutes to maintain all this decorum for these things. But in a data era, okay, this is very essential to maintain the privacy as per the lots of softwares and sources in there. But data is right now look like atta in your thali. Yeah? It is very essential for each and every food items. So because of that, data privacy is not a very restrictions type of things. I'm thinking about the positive way, because it is depend on us. If I'm telling you my name, then you understand. If you am providing the information, I'm agreed to provide all the informations. And same thing with the ethics also. When we taught the students to understand the civic sense, basic principles of the life, because this is the Woxsen University, and here everyone is come from the good middle class. But in our scenario in the Banaras Hindu University, the peoples are come across the villages and rural areas. So lots of new things for their to huge campus, because BHU is the largest residential university in Asia. And because of that, we have lots of pressure, the human pressure for that, to maintain the things, especially the psychological things also, because big buildings, big professors, lots of local noisiness also, there are lots of things also. And the ethics are very necessary part of the things, but it's in a human life. Slowly, and they grow on they pass first year, then second year, then third year. Then they realize which type of system, especially related with the ethics, they adopt it, they leave it, and they control it. Thank you.
To ask Mayank quick, like what is his take on the privacy to be taught for the students in the different universities' cultures?
Hello. Yeah. Talking about the privacy which AI is like doing, we should consider that on the higher scale, just a second, to determine the applicants as a, sorry, I brought so many things today. So can you just please repeat the question, please?
My question is, like we have different courses about AI/ML and the new emerging technology courses being introduced, right? So in that sectors, how ethics to be taught is important for the students?
So ethics is very important for AI, because like in AI, I think that AI is not following the ethical ways of a human being. For example, if we see Tesla has launched driverless cars and it can work in USA, but if we talk about India, and we can see that there can be a sudden change, so that there can be an animal or there can be a sudden human coming in the middle, and if any one of them is gonna be hurt or maybe be killed, so then who will be responsible? The car or the driver? So if the car is the one which is the convict, then it can be only destroyed, but we cannot like save the life. And on the other hand, for a human, if he is convicted, then he can file a case against it that it's the company who has given me this car. So we can say that ethically AI is not like a human. And again, that if we see what is AI is artificial intelligence. So it's already telling it's artificial. Then another thing is that AI should be the support to a human, not to change the human. So it can assist us, but cannot replace us. Thank you.
Correct. So I would like to move towards Dr. Pavan, who is from TCS. Sir, from all the three of the panelists, what I'm able to get is like, one is the software systems used in different industries. Obviously, TCS is a big giant who try to give different type of software solutions. And data repository is one which have been talked out. And one is the self-driving cars, like what happens next, right? So coming to this data repository, do you think whether the data sets are biased? Because few data sets when we look on, when we try to develop models, they're so accurate that you try to get good prediction levels. So, and these chatbots specifically, when you try to land up on different websites, they go really haywire and try to give different types of answers and all. And so are these data sets very biased to make it generic for to meet all the different industry requirements?
Thanks, Swami, for asking this question, and thanks for giving me the opportunity by Woxsen University. And very good afternoon to my co-panelists, and very good afternoon to my student friends and other friends. It is very valid question, but when you are digging down or when you are digging deep, be it data or be it algorithm or be it information technology, it is a technology which can assist the humans. So the centric point is the human. The human has to decide what kind of data he has to give to the person who is coming forward or who has, he is going to feed the data into the system. The algorithm is based on that system. Probably the coders may have some prejudice. I am not taking out that one. The coders may have some prejudice. Something like, see, I am taking one Indian origin name. I am sorry to take this one for, I am begging pardon from my other countries' people. We do have a name by name Lakshmi in Indian context. If we hear by name Lakshmi, the people will think that that person might be a female person. But in general, that Lakshmi can refer to a male person also. Think that in your data, you have not fed the gender column, and it has been left as a null. And the person like me, who is feeding the data into the system, and felt that, by seeing the Lakshmi, I may feed the gender column as female, whereas actually he is a male, right? So that is where the gender data bias is printing into the data sets. So when it comes to the algorithmic bias, as I said, the coders may have some prejudice over the data columns. That's the reason the algorithmic bias is coming up, and the whole stuff is coming up. Secondly, when you are talking, I am talking in the space of industry. I am not talking in the space of the generic way. When you are talking about the industry space, generally the industry will look about the models which will give more accuracy. So when you are talking about the more accuracy, there is a tendency that you need to prune or you need to tune the data. When you are trying to tune or prune the data, probably sometimes the bias may creep in. It doesn't mean that we are purposefully doing it. Hope I answer you.
Yes, yes. So again, connecting to what Mayank said, the term AI itself contains artificial intelligence, so it's artificial. And as you said, the data, how do we feed the data is important. So I'd like to come back to over here. So in telemedicines, because it's about a health sector and it's very important, right? So how do you capture the data? What are the steps? Because I understand it's a tedious process. And when we say let's say tomorrow TCS tries to come to Mala Reddy or Mala Reddy goes to TCS to build some AI-based solution. You're already into AI-based, you mentioned you're trying to develop apps, right? So let's say you try to merge, and obviously you have to feed the data to them. And the predictions algorithm can be 90% accurate and all. But in real time, it might fail. So only thing it will come back to you, what are the steps you have taken to capture the data? So I would like to understand, how tedious is the task to capture the data so that our students over here also understand when they work with data, how it's 24-karat gold and why I'm saying it's the new oil for the industries. Yeah. So I just wanted to know your viewpoint on that.
Thank you so much for this question. Absolutely very, very tedious, because there are so many patients coming to you at different time, different level, at the different stages of the disease. So every time you come, the disease is either grown better or has become lesser. So every time to maintain the data of whatever they give you and like whatever it is very difficult, and especially what kind of treatment are they taking right now and whether they're taking the right treatment or not. Because what happens whenever in the telemedicine, the kind of symptoms, I would like to say that AI, as Sir told, like, Tesla is a car, is an automated car, but not correct for the Indian roads. So I think telemedicine is, of course, it's a double-edged sword. So the other side of the coin, I would like to say, sir, is whenever a patient calls us and tell that I am having so-and-so symptoms. For example, he says, I'm having a chest burn, or I'm having an uneasiness in the chest. So that can have 1,000 differential diagnoses. He might rightly feel, or he might correctly interpret not correctly interpret whatever he's feeling though. So that chest burn can be just a gastritis or an acidity, or can also be a massive cardiac arrest, can lead to a cardiac arrest or a infarct, or it can be anything. So how? It's very difficult for a doctor who is sitting right next to his mobile to come to a conclusion what kind of chest pain it might be, unless and until he doesn't see the patient, doesn't see his blood pressure, doesn't see his pulse rate, or ask him more questions regarding his past history and all, and do an ECG, of course. So what happens is the patient will call saying that I'm having a chest pain, and we interpret just on the symptoms what the patient is telling, and we say, just take the omeprazole, which is for the acidity, gastritis, and sleep. It might happen the next day the patient is no more, because it was actually an infarct, a cardiac infarction, a heart attack. So, of course, AI is beneficial to us in many ways, but it's, of course, also not so beneficial on the other way. It's destructive too. One is that example, sir.
Yeah, I would like to add on something here. Like, one is the AI and one is the human brains. We start Googling around and try to get our own answers and go to different websites, understand what medicine is good for what, and try to take the self-medications.
I think you're asking this question to the right person, because, as a doctor, the patient will come to me and he already knows his diagnosis, he already knows the treatment, and he's still asking me, ma'am, what is the diagnosis? What do you think is the treatment? So I said, please take in this. But on the internet, it's something else, and you're giving something else. So darling, better follow your internet, not me. So it takes a lot of time to tell them, to make them understand that there are many, many medicines for just one disease, depending upon the person's age and sex. We decide what is the right medicine, and depending upon the stage especially. I would also like to quote one example. During this COVID, there was a patient who said, I'm just having fever and cold and cough and nothing more. I don't think so I'm having COVID. He himself is telling me I'm not having COVID. I said, okay, fine, come to the hospital, get yourself tested, get an RT-PCR test done. He said, no sir, I'm not having COVID. I said, okay, fine. Take azithromycin, take this thing. The next day, he comes to the ICU in a gasping stage, and we are not able to do anything about it. That's again the hard part of AI. And one more thing, as I'm the director of the medical colleges, skilled lab. I hope you know the skill lab is become mandatory in a medical college now, because lack of patients. Whenever a patient comes to you, he doesn't allow the medical student to test you. So now we have skill labs where it is absolutely computerized that if the patient is having asthma, a bronchial asthma, how will you hear the chest sounds as? So it's already computerized, and the student can go anytime to that skill lab, the mannequin, he can see the sounds and all that. But what about conversation? What about asking questions?
The major
to
part
the patients, yes. So skill lab is, of course, an absolute additional point to a medical college, but I would not prefer it, because nowadays, sir, even in the dissection lab, there are dead bodies where you dissect.
Yes.
Now we have the heart which rotates 360 degrees, and the student can learn about the heart totally or any part of the body. The time when we used to, now you don't get the dead bodies so easily, unfortunately. But when I did my MBBS, we used to totally peep inside the dead body to find out the nerves.
Correct.
So I think these are, but that experience is totally different than what it is now. So I think old times are good.
So as you mentioned that telemedicine is not a good habit, it can be partially.
No.
So in the similar lines, if we talk about COVID, like online-based education has been increasing. So this question is to Dr. Aurora and Manish Vik, right? So how do you see like online-based education evolving further and use of different AI-based assessments? So you think that AI-based assessments is the right tool to assess a student candidature? And when we talk about online, there's a lot of video analysis can be done. There's a lot of different type of predictive analysis can be done based on his every day-to-day assessments. So do you think that is the right approach to be incorporated, or the traditional system, how the faculty interacts with the students and tries to give a personal touch for their upliftment, that is the best way? What is your take on online-based education and AI-based implementations for their assessments? So any one of you can start, no problem.
Can I tell? Yeah, thank you for this question. During this last 1.5 years, during the COVID pandemic situation, we felt that this is not absolute right things to check the assignments and interact with the students, because if this workshop will happen or maybe was happened in online mode, then what everybody people can do it just
sleeping,
and maybe sleeping or just on the audio and rest the do whatever the things. It's a multidisciplinary task type of thing. And same thing happened with this last year, more than 2 years. So when recently 2-3 months back, when students came back, and then I felt that because I'm a practical field of teacher, so then I told to the students, please do it lots of sketches and other things, or drawings or practical related things. So they just started as a basic level, and they are students for the 3rd and final year. So that is the main problem behind that. Whenever I told to the students to submit the assignments, they do it. Maybe they're cheating us, they 1 or 2 persons are doing for the 10 or 20 persons work also. So that is possible on that time. So as per my understanding, online education and assignment system based on the AI is not good when it is not working appropriately, because you should open your video and maintain the time decorum also. So because of that, and in practical field, when someone is sitting in front of you and then you teach very well, the personal touch is very much important. In this online era, it is absolutely not well. Yeah, so please.
Giving about an example of AI, we could see that it's little biased. Why? Because there's a company which is very famous, and it's Amazon, and they had a system which was generated to hire people. So in the algorithm of AI, they put the algorithm using the last 10 years report, and it was concluded that the females and the other employees were not considered as an employee, because if we see the Amazon, 60% of the employees are male, and also 70% of the employees are in the managing positions. So while the resumes were coming, it was seen that the resumes, it was not for the skills, they were just looking for the words. So whenever they see a woman coming from a women university, it was already getting rejected. So then they had to stop that. So that's how we can say that AI can be good, but we need to see which data sets are being used and how. And accordingly, it's not just about the data sets, because every day we are changing. So we cannot say that the previous software can work today. So yeah, that's all. Thank you.
So yesterday and day before, we have come across the terminologies of AI, blockchain. I see that there's a good friendship bond going to build between AI and blockchain, because it's a good platform where everything is getting stored, it's open source, it's the open ledger kind of a system and blockchain. Now, when we talk about privacy, and if these two guys merge together, do you think it's gonna eat us out completely?
Thanks, Swami, for that question. Yeah, definitely it would be. But when you are talking about AI and this one, blockchain, those two technologies are not near enough. You know, when you are talking about the history about the privacy, it was first coined by one or two of the lawyers in, somewhere in Europe Union in 1890. So when you are talking about the privacy, it is almost one and one quarters, years, century old that privacy is. So from then onwards, the privacy is there and the problem surrounding the privacy is existing. Both are coexisting in this world. So when you are talking about the AI plus blockchain, definitely it would be a solution. But when you are talking about blockchain, after all, what we need to understand is either AI is a methodology and blockchain is a technology. And when combining these two, who are doing the combination of these two? The human. Once again, it comes back to square one like human. The human must have an ethical, moral values to keep privacy of a particular person. When you are talking about the privacy has been categorized into four domains. One of that particular domain is nothing but, your personal information. The personal information will be fed by the same person who is feeding into the systems. Then where we can incorporate the blockchain over there. The person should have a self-policing to curb this kind of privacy activities happening around the world. That is what my personal feeling. But when it comes to the blockchain, definitely we could have a better solution to curb all these privacy issues, because blockchain will be wrapped up with some 16 or 18 digits random number, which cannot be break very easily by any computer.
Correct. Yeah.
So it will be wrapped up around the AI technology, and it will provide a good solution to everyone on the privacy curbing. That's what my feeling is.
So one last question before we run out of time. Already we're running out. So we are talking about how AI is taking up privacy, but I see it differently, the one we have discussed before also, like how humans are given up their own privacy through different social media platforms, be it Insta, TikTok, Facebook, YouTube. So one way, that's the indirect way of to collecting the database, right? So do you think that it's humans who are giving the privacy their own way, they are giving the privacy out, then the people who are trying to collect the data sets in a different format? So they both are a bit...
It is two-way, Swami Sairam. Yeah. See, when you are talking about a personal one, see, just an example. If I upload in my social media, accounts like Instagram or Facebook or some other things, that I am going to Woxsen University, think that I am staying alone in my home. It may cause a financial loss for me if a thief has seen my input. And when comes to the, the persons who are taking the data from the data sets, there the main challenge is what to get the data from the data sets. It must be relevant. It must be, required amount of the data, what he is going to take from the data set. How you are going to define that? Once again, it comes around the ethical values of the person who is taking the data from that. That is why, even if you are looking at the current IT technologies, we are having ethical and unethical hackers. Similarly, I can say that, ethical privacy and unethical privacy, we can coin two words. So I strongly believe ethical privacy will be the good for, world, not the unethical privacy.
So this reminds me of one news where Elon Musk was on the news stating that there was a person who is always behind him and he keeps open wherever he's going. And that's 100% true where he is at that point of time. And he has been several times behind him to say that please don't track me anymore, and he has paid several dollars to him. Because that's the way, I think it's not only AI, it is also the humans who are giving up their own privacies. We are just blaming the technologies around, but we are not seeing how much data we are giving it out to the world. So I think if the panel is we can conclude on it's not a conclusion on a whole, but we can state that it's not only AI, but it's also the human beings who are trying to give up their own privacies in different platforms. And I think they should be very well aware of what type of data they're giving to the open source portals and all.
Dr. Sairam, I would like to just add to it. When we open an Instagram or we start a new account, do you know the number of questions asked by them
I'm
to
not
us?
in Insta. I'm not Insta,
You know,
sorry.
the moment,
I don't want to be there.
of course you do know. The moment you start a new Instagram profile, they ask your jataka, like literally, they ask everything about you, like your name, your this thing. And now to add on to it, initially we used to have passwords for a phone. Now they ask you the thumbprint. So they have
Every
the
detail.
fingerprint of my thumb too, and now face detection too. So it's the question asked by the AI, and to answer it, we have to give our private details. Of
No,
course.
I have a point here, Sairam. See, these systems have not been updated, Preeti.
Yes.
To be honest with you.
Yes.
Let us say you are opening an account in a ICICI bank or some SBI bank.
Yes.
What is the requirement for them to ask the permission for your photos?
Absolutely. Absolutely.
And what is the requirement? Okay, I can say that, on the marketing side, they can ask for permission to use your contact list. But what is the requirement for asking the permission for your photos to access?
Exactly.
Not required.
Exactly.
Yes.
So
Absolutely.
that kind of loopholes are still existing in the system.
Yeah.
We need to think about and we need to raise a flag around that one so that at least we can mitigate this kind of risks going forward. That's what my
Yes,
personal
and some
feeling.
countries have also banned it, like China and everything. To give a facial recognition, they've
Yeah,
banned it.
yeah,
So that's
yeah,
great.
yeah, that's
That's agreed.
Like, I think I would like to say that I think all of you are using several mobile devices, be it Samsung, Apple, or any other mobile company. How many have at least gone through the privacy settings? Like, what are they tracking on?
Nobody.
But I'm happy to state
Nobody.
my location services are off, my fingerprints are off, even the sharing of analytics day to day, that is off. Apple, I don't send any. One way is because my data is consumed a lot, so I want to protect that 1.5 GB, whatever is left, but I don't want to be tracked. I don't send any data. So I think people should try to understand how much data has been sent from your mobile devices. You might have come across in a different platform, like a person is trying to take 200 mobile phones on a trolley, and all of a sudden the Google Maps, it says that the complete road is like jammed and you'll be 1 hour delayed. Just because 100 phones are there, the road is completely empty, and it's because they're in a one basket, that's it. So see how much data has been taken.
You know, to add to this, I'll tell you, the place where you are supposed to reach is right in front of you.
And then you'll
But
be moving
we are
around.
looking on the Google map, where is it? So that's a funny
Correct.
part.
So some
Asking somebody.
ask someone is the best way to
Correct,
do.
yes.
So I think it was a good session, and thank you so much, Mayank, sir. Thank you so much, sir. Thank you so much, and thank you so much. I think we'll just together take a group photograph, and thank you, audience, for listening out and taking our viewpoints. Thank you so much.
All right, audience. So first and foremost, thank you so much, Dr. Preeti Reddy and Dr. Manish Arora, Dr. Sairam, Dr. Pawan, and Mr. Mayank for coming down to Woxsen University campus for the Global Impact Summit. It's a pleasure having you all with us. And while I was listening to the comments made by all these panel speakers, I think the topic on whether AI will, create that sort of a problem going forward, will AI make privacy a thing of the past, is I think a very relevant topic, which is a talk of the town right now. And all the companies are talking about it. So thank you so much for sharing your views. And I would like to hand over the mic to Dr. Preeti for sharing a few words with you.
Thank you so much, Chahat. As I've introduced myself regarding the Mallareddy Health City, I would also like to add that we have Mallareddy University started in 2020. I'm the director of Mallareddy University too. I know I'm talking about my own university in Woxsen University, which is a pride moment for me though. The Telangana government was given permission for 5 universities in 2020. One of them was us, along with Woxsen. At the moment, we are running 6 schools in our university: the School of Engineering, School of Allied Science, School of Basic Sciences, School of Agriculture, School of Management and Business, and School of Commerce and Arts. And of course, at the moment, the strength of our Mallareddy University intake per year is 5,880 students per year. Thank you so much. We run special courses, like of course, honors in AI too, and we are having 720 students at the moment in AI itself every year. And of course, not to forget about the agriculture sciences. As we all know, we need agricultural science to be growing very well, because I think that's a basic thing. The food is the basic necessity. And we are proud to say that we have all kind of honors in our agriculture sciences. And last but not the least, the allied sciences, we have BSc in all the technical courses, which is nowhere seen in any of the universities so far in India, that we have BSc course for emergency medicine, for dialysis technicians, for dentistry, for cardiothoracic surgery. The technicians with BSc degrees have been produced in our university, and honors in many, many things, and of course, an IAS degree in civils. So there are many more things coming up. So I think we look upon Woxsen University at a very different level, because in quantity, yes, of course, we have a good quantity, but like international collaborations, the way Woxsen has, hats off to you. And we would surely look high upon you and would like to learn something from the Woxsen University too. Thank you so much for making me a part of this summit. Thank you so much.
I know it's weird to talk about another university at Woxsen University, but we are one of those universities that promote the spirit of brotherhood, and I think we appreciate the efforts made by Mallareddy University also to promote higher education, and especially the way where you are expanding and how you're expanding. That interests all of us. And looking forward to some interesting association going forward.
Creating the future for our world. So we are creating good students, a great career for all of them. So let us be proud about it, right? Thank you.
Thank you so much. Audience, please give a big round of applause.
Thank you so much. Next up, we have Dr. Aditi Saxena, Dean School of Arts and Design. She's known to be the messenger of happiness, an academician with over 2 decades of experience in teaching, research, mentoring, and student success. She's a certified design thinker and has worked on numerous international projects. She was recently elected to the Board of Directors of the College of Art Association in the United States of America, a century-old organization of art and design educators. She's the first woman of Indian ancestry to serve in this capacity. Additionally, she serves as the Indian representative for Restorative Justice Education in the United States of America. She was recently featured in the United Kingdom's The Academic Women magazine. Her most recent project, funded by the European Research Union, is Design Thinking in Social Change. I kindly request Dr. Aditi Saxena to please come up to the dais.
I wanted to very good afternoon to all of you. I think it's a long day, and I'm definitely going to shorten up my session. I was thinking about loud, wanted to share a very interesting TEDx talk, but definitely I'm not going to do that because it's a lunchtime, and I'm sure everyone is ready to go for the lunch. Before I start talking about something about restorative justice in education, I want to tell that a word justice play a very important role in our life. I'm no one to talk about justice in a legal terms, but the justice starts from the family, school, colleges, institutions where we are working. Everywhere we are expecting a justice. Now, what is restorative justice? Restorative justice is a term. Am I audible, or it's? Restorative justice is a alternate term of criminal justice, which gives the offender and the defender an equal opportunity to convey their grief, their thoughts, and it practiced through the indigenous circle practice. Many of us know that the old indigenous circle practice is one way to give every person equality. So since I'm taking 7 to 8 minutes, I just wanted to say how I'm going to divide my session. It will start with a very personal narrative of my visit to United States and working with Restorative Justice project, a school project, and then be a part of the Restorative Justice education as the India representative, how it started, and what is this all about restorative justice in education. And if possible, I'll take 2 to 3 minutes, probably taking few of the one row to do a circle practice. I know this setup is not good for circle practice, but yes, I just want to give all of you idea that how we can do the circle practice, and we can implement this circle practice in school, colleges, even family also. So, okay, so the first slide, creating culture of care, and this is a word what makes me fascinated. Like how we can create a culture of care by practicing restorative justice and the circle. Okay. Right. So, as I told that it will start with a very personal narrative. 2019 end. How few of you probably know that the government of Delhi introduced a happiness curriculum to the government school of Delhi. As in India, we have public school and government school. And the government schools are normally cater the underprivileged children. It was on a very hype, and I wanted to do a research that how this happiness curriculum working for the students, what exactly they are considering. So I was started a research with one of my colleagues from London, and I started moving the school, actually trying to attending the happiness classes, meeting the teachers, meeting the principals, that how they are designing the happiness curriculum. And as a researcher, all of you know that we do literature review. And parallelly, I started doing the literature review. I started reading that, how other countries are introducing the happiness curriculum. Eventually, I came across with a literature called Restorative Justice in Education, written by Dr. Tom Cavanagh from Colorado State University. Amazing mentor. I wrote a mail without having a hope that he will reply me. I wrote a mail that we, both young researchers, one from India and one from London, is working on a project, happiness curriculum, understanding the whole process and outcome. And I came across with your study, and I could not understand a lot of words, and would like to meet you online. Fortunately, within 2 days, I got a mail from Dr. Tom Cavanagh that I'm ready to discuss. And that discussion takes almost every Friday. We kept on talking. He was very fascinated about the project. And then he introduced me the world of restorative justice and how this restorative justice practice, starting from Canada to New Zealand to United States, to reduce the suspension rates of the students in the schools and give the students voice. Then he told me that, why don't you join me in New York, Long Island, where we are working in a school project. And we are going to talk about, with the middle school, elementary school students, that how to practice the circle. And they're actually doing it. It is a second way of research what we are doing. So I visited, and I worked with them, and it's an eye-opening experience for me. I saw in every classes, like we conducting a mentor-mentee session, teachers are conducting the circle. So I'm just skipping few of the slides, and yeah. So I met with the students from middle school and elementary school, and we took a focus group interview. One script I really wanted to read for all of you. A girl, Laila, from Pakistan, immigrant parents. Father was drug addict. She told us actually, the group, I can remember the first time when I was sent to my principal's office. My hands were shaking. My heart was beating. And I tried my best to hold my tears. And when I finally reached to the principal office, she told me, Laila, please sit. Principal, your inappropriate behavior would not be tolerated. Yet in the school, you disappointed your teachers, your fellow classmates, and myself. For that, you will be receiving a letter from the school, a call to your mom, and you can go home for the rest of the week, a 1-week suspension, zero tolerance. The idea of zero tolerance started in the United States in a different context, like carrying weapon in the class or something. But now schools are using zero tolerance for everything and anything. Like a student is using phone or something. This student was suspended thrice, and after the circle practice, she came back to the school and was able to share her experience with us. Connecting this thing, like what is restorative justice, it's a very simple, like when we talk about the model practices, they're very complex in nature. This practice is nothing. Teacher, students, offenders and defenders sit in a circle. In a respectful manner, they discuss their feelings, they share with each other, and people try to understand that how does it work. And the constant circle practice really helped the students to develop the trust, the relationship, which we call it culture of care and relationship, and come across together. Connecting this experience to the Indian context, many of us know that in Indian schools, the crime rates are increasing. Every day when we open the newspaper, we find the school children are involved with many school crimes. So what is our thought is that probably this restorative justice, the practice of restorative justice in Indian schools will definitely help the schools also to create a culture of care, develop a trust, and give the voice, equal voice to the offender and defender. I am not going to, as I promised, that I'm not going to take time, so I'm just quickly browsing. This PPT is available with me. If any of the audience sitting here would like to take the PPT, I'm happy to share it, because I put few points. This is the last things. During this visit, I've also attended a restorative justice training program, which I'm certified restorative justice co-facilitator in India. I can go to even United States to work in the schools. I was able to meet the school leaders and understand the kind of passion they are sharing with the students by circle practice. Yeah, I'm just moving quickly. Yeah. So restorative justice is based on restorative justice conversation and circle practice. You can do the circle practice and you can also do the conversation, which is a very respectful conversation about each other. These are the very interesting study what come up with the restorative justice, like how discussion, debate and dialogue are different in our communication, and restorative justice promote dialogue, not the discussion, neither the debate. Yeah, so I put this study here. These are the little bit history of the restorative justice, how the countries like New Zealand, Canada, they all are, following this restorative justice practice. These are the few pictures. This is the indigenous circle practice where we use a talking stick and we pass on this thing. And I would request everyone to follow this TED Talk. Right now we don't have time. Excellent TED Talk, like how teachers can create relationship in the classroom, build the trust and culture of care, and increasing number of books on restorative justice. The popularity is growing, and that's why across the world, teachers are writing books on the restorative justice practice. Thank you, everyone. I am sure this is not the right time to ask any question, but still, if we can spend, if any of you have any question, I would love to. Okay. A very good question, Professor. I think, yes, it is possible, because the restorative justice is nothing but the people sit in a circular pattern. Not necessarily they sit on the floor. They can take a chair in a circular pattern, which give equality to everyone. Like when I'm standing here and you are there, it is a differentiation. And then they listen. So in the context of this question, I would like to say the restorative justice promote listening, point number one, and it also promote acknowledging people, those who are not ready to speak. Like in regular communication, we force people to speak. But when we promote the stick, the talking stick, if you are not ready to speak, it is fine. You can pass on the stick to the second person, but we acknowledge your presence. So I think it is many times it is going to be a community tools, but it can be a very good tool in business. And the word negotiation is a very good word for explaining restorative justice. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Now we disperse for lunch. We request you to come back here by 2:05. Thank you.
introducing you first, huh?
Okay, great. Mic test. Okay. Is this comfortable or mic comfortable? इससे आवाज नहीं आएगी शायद.
Just try hello. Hello.
Mic test 1 2 3. Mic test. I think mic is better.
Problem होगा इससे.
Ladies and gentlemen, let's begin the program without taking much of your time. Do you sense any turbulence around here?
Yes, I do. Heart rates have increased and everyone is eager to sink into the depths of enjoyment.
Today, we have a special guest who's a passionate actor, a man who found his discovery for acting and the motivation to do so via his grandmother and mother, as he says lovingly.
He began his career as a SpiceJet ground employee and then moved on to Dell. And through dedication and hard work, he ascended to the level of actor and Mr. World in 2016. I request Mr. Rohit Kanderwal to please come up to the dais.
People.
It's about to get a little bit hot in here. Whee!
Well, good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you to everyone from Woxsen University for inviting me today. It's my honor and pleasure to be here, standing before you all. I can't tell you how much happy I am, proud of myself to be here with you all. And one of the best part of coming to Woxsen University and in Hyderabad is I belong to this city, Hyderabadi, and I'm a pure Hyderabadi. And today, for the next few minutes, I would love to share with you my journey and the importance of ethics, sustainability, responsibility, and few more things which played a very important aspect in my life. So if you guys know, I come from a Marwadi family, and I would like to share a picture with you all before I begin. So that's my transformation picture. On the left side, that's me. I was an overweight kid. I used to just remember eating a lot of sweets. My only way to be happy was eating sweets. And then one point of time, it was all because of my grandmother, who always told me, you are a hero, and I took that very seriously in my life. My relatives, and if you know about the Marwadi family, whenever we have a Sangeet function, we always dance. And all my relatives forced me that you look hero, and I dreamt of becoming a hero then. And when I went to reality, and I went to Bombay, I realized heroes don't look like this. I realized that my waist was 36, I was overweight. And then what do I do about the 10 years of dreaming every single night I had because of everyone told me you can become a hero? There was only one thing, and that was hard work. I started working extremely hard on my physique, extremely hard on the way I'm talking right now, extremely hard in every other situation. So after graduating, I didn't know what I wanted to do. And there was a recruitment of SpiceJet Airlines that was happening. And wahan pe, I told them lie that I wanted to be a SpiceJet Airlines staff. And I started as a ground staff in SpiceJet Airlines. And I still remember I was at arrivals belt, and if you know the actor Tamanna, yeah, the Tollywood actress, her luggage wasn't coming on time, and I helped finding her luggage. I remember that day, and then cut to after 5 years, I was sitting with Tamanna and judging a show. So I could see a great difference that happened. So when I was in SpiceJet, I wasn't happy. The salary was too low. I didn't realize, is this what I really want to do? I shifted to Dell. I started working as Dell Technical Support Assistant, having a graveyard shift. Then I went to HSBC. I always wanted to get into acting and waited for my brother to come back from London. He was doing his MBA. And you know, Marwadi family, this very important key, ek ladka should be home. So take care of the family. So I was taking care of the family till my brother came back. And then I happened to come to Bombay, left all my jobs that I was doing in HSBC, Dell, SpiceJet. And then in Bombay, I started there as a model. So let me tell you guys, if people know that modeling is not a career, you can't make a mansion out of modeling. It's a very part-time job. You can only have a little money. And I thought I want to get into modeling and I wanted to make a career, which I couldn't do it. And therefore I started pursuing acting. My career started with small little shoots. The importance of patience was very important there. 6 months, I did not get any work. Every single day, giving an auditions. And all those 6 months was a lot of work on myself. The way I'm looking, the way I'm presenting myself. And then I got my first break. That was TVC for Malabar Jewelry with Kareena Kapoor. And then I thought, this is where it starts from. From there to doing a lot of international shoots, I was part of one of the big modeling agencies in Bombay. And then I realized modeling is not enough. This is not the money that I want. I got to know about Mr. India 2015 happening. And I thought my height is, to be honest with you all, it's 5'11.5. And all the Mr. Indias had their height 6'3". So I thought I might not make it, but then there was one rule I always have in my life. When there is nothing to lose it, you just go for it. And I thought, what is there to lose? I would just participate and see if it works out. I participated for Mr. India 2015. I thought I would be just in top 5, but I ended up winning Mr. India 2015. And after I won, I got to know that I have a responsibility of representing India at Mr. World. And I was not ready for that because I came for acting to Bombay. And I was with Times of India organization. I remember my CEO, Vineet Jain, told me, now you have a big responsibility. Wasn't ready for that. I saw Mr. World 2014, 13, and 12. And I realized I can't win this. I really can't win this. The kind of competition I have, you know, men coming from all over the world. And then there was another thing my grandmother told me, that these 5 months or 6 months that I have, you give your best, you just give your 100%, and don't think about if you win or if you do not win. Because if you gave your 100% and if you worked hard, you're a winner for yourself. So any which ways, it's a win-win situation for me. And those 5 to 6 months were really gruesome for me. And after going there, I think one of the biggest thing I realized that the moment I was thinking it's a competition, I was getting nervous. So I never thought Mr. World was a competition. It was more of a place I came and met people and had a good time and worked really hard for the preparation. And yes, in 2016, I was the first Asian to win Mr. World. So throughout this time, I would like to tell about the first element, that is ethics. Ethics played the most important role. I think ethics is discipline. It's about being yourself and being humble. That showcased throughout my journey when I was participating for Mr. India, when I was having my personal interview at Mr. World. I knew at every point of time I would like to be who I am, and those ethics were really important for me. Then carrying that sustainability, the next important element, I think being consistent with eating the right food, being consistent of thinking positive every single day, no matter what, having that perseverance throughout the journey was very important for me. And yes, today having that responsibility of representing India, I can't afford to demotivate anyone, so I have to carry this responsibility, be the Mr. World that I've been in 2016 and throughout the time I could. So that was my journey till Mr. World, and it was not over there. I have shot for my first movie, which is going to be out this year. My music album was out right now, and there is a web series also which I'm shooting currently at the moment. So there's a lot I would like to share, and throughout this span of time, I would like to say patience played an important role. I think most of the time we tend to think what if it doesn't work out and we go negative, we give up more easily. But I would request everyone over here, I guess whatever you can think and dream of, conceive and believe, you can definitely achieve it. And having that patience is really important. Like they say, patience is the key. I totally believe in it. The next thing, if you could see throughout my journey, I really didn't have support from anyone coming from a Marwadi family. It took me some time to prove my family members, my father especially, my mom, they didn't know that I can become a hero. I had to prove them in the initial moments when they saw me on television, and my father couldn't believe it, that this really happened. So this initial moment were important for following the heart, for the support. So following what you really want to do and giving it time really helped me, and it's just the beginning. 2 of my movie and web series is out. There's one more music video album which you'll soon be seeing, and also the next moment, like you saw, I was in Spicer Airlines to Dell, to a model, to an actor, and I want to turn a producer as well. So yeah, that's a little bit about me, guys. And it's such a pleasure to be here sitting, and I would request now, Chahat would love to answer some of his questions.
First and foremost, thank you so much, Rohit, for coming down to Woxsen University. It is our pleasure to host a person like you, because there is lots to learn from your story on how you had some humble beginnings. It is not easy, because I can relate well. I am a Marwadi as well. So coming from a Marwadi family, it is not easy to get into entertainment industry, certainly not modeling. So, I mean, it takes a lot. So we will now move on to the next segment, where we'll have a live interview with Rohit, and subsequently we'll proceed with the session. So Rohit, since you have already represented India at Mr. World, and of course, starting with Mr. India. The nation wants to know, how has your journey been so far?
Thank you for the wonderful question. The journey has been a roller coaster ride, I would say, with lots of ups and lots of downs. And I don't think so everybody has only ups in their life. So I would say it's amazing. I think every other instance in my life that happens is a challenge, and I love taking challenges.
Awesome. So the first output from the question is that Rohit loves challenges, right? If you are ready to take up challenges, I think you can conquer some of the biggest things in your life.
I guess that's the only way through.
Yeah. Moving on to the next question, Rohit. What inspired you to go for Mr. India and subsequently Mr. World? You were doing pretty well in the modeling space, but what was the drive, that one drive that led you to participate in Mr. World? Was there any one specific reason? Or, was there something in your mind that you want to represent India and take it to the global heights as you've achieved?
I think one step at a time. When I was I was modeling, I am not a content person. I think it's very difficult to become content. And I'm also a Leo. You know how headstrong Leos are. Modeling was not enough for me. I thought there's something more I want to do, and you've also heard Bombay is a magical city. Overnight dreams come true. You must have heard. So I took that too seriously, and I thought now I can make more and more dreams. So Mr. India was my next dream, and then it was Mr. World. So what motivated me is, I think every other person, the journey when I see, it could be Shah Rukh Khan's journey, or it could be Akshay Kumar's journey. I read a lot about people and their journey, and I realize that sky is the limit. So why not participate for Mr. World? Awesome.
So modeling is a space where it is not so easy to sustain in this field. And especially if you look at the entertainment industry. Today you may have a work, but tomorrow may be a day when, and especially during the COVID phase, it was not easy for many of the actors to sustain, right? So how did you manage that phase, and what were your key learnings from that?
So luckily, I started doing content creating as well. If you see my Instagram, I do promote a lot of brands, and I should take this name out. Oppo Mobiles was one of the brand I'm a brand ambassador of, and they have been really good during my COVID time. They were paying me on time. So that's one of the best things happened. COVID went on really good because of that. Otherwise, definitely a lot of modeling projects were affected. I couldn't do a lot of work. But I always see there is one side to life. I got close to my mom and dad, started sharing a lot of things. I feel the relationships became very strong, and I started getting to know my nephew very well in the COVID time. The number of games I played, so I made my inner child alive. I would say, yeah, it wasn't that bad. The relationships turned out to be stronger.
Awesome. So I've personally followed Rohit's journey for the last few years, and one thing which has always inspired me from Rohit's journey has been that he has been someone who is self-motivated. He does not need motivation coming in from anybody, because if you look at his Instagram stories and his Facebook and his content, he's someone who is very consistent in his work. So my next question would be, if not in entertainment industry, where would Rohit be now?
I like the job you have, actually. I would have been the corporate job. Yeah. Like, I see all you guys, I feel this is such a cool place. Like, everybody's looking so lovely, so well dressed, and the suits and the job. Look at the campus. I was just feeling I might just change my profession, seriously.
Well, that's a compliment for Woxsen. I think this deserves a big round of applause.
Also, I have been a very studious. I'm studious. So in my graduation, I had a corporate accounting subject, and I scored highest in my college, 100 out of 100. So there is a side of me which really wants to learn a lot. So if not, I think modeling and acting, I would have been into business.
Awesome. So you're someone who's also into fitness big time, right? We have some really great guys who are into fitness at Woxsen. So what is the advice that you would like to give to our youngsters in today's time who are having that pressure of academia and want to still make the best of their fitness?
I think fitness is a term which is too complex, I feel. It's very important to give your body that 1 hour every single day, if not 1 hour, at least 45 minutes of movement. I would call fitness as movement. Maybe you could dance, you can sprint, run, or do any kind of movement, yoga, which could happen. But it's good for your longevity. It's good for your, dopamine. You're happy when you're exercising. So I think make a schedule for that. Like you could start your day with workout, no matter how tough your next day is. It's like a routine. So I would say make fitness as your routine. And I had problems with sleeping. So I feel 7 to 8 hours of sleep is very optimal and important, even to feel better. So fitness has a lot to do with feeling better. And then yes, coming to the most important part is nutrition. Right now, I met Chahat. I have my bag. I have 2 tiffins in my bag. I carry my food. So it's very important that you eat the right food and right quantity. There's so much more deep I can talk about nutrition. There's protein, carbs, and fats. So everything has to be proportionate. But yeah, as of now, I would say just enough water, enough sleep, and a little movement is good enough.
Awesome. So I think you've taken the feedback from Rohit himself, right? So my next question would be, so you've been inspired by Shah Rukh Khan's journey, right? You have looked up to Shah Rukh Khan for your movie career, right? So is there a time that you have thought that you would want to work with Shah Rukh in a movie? If yes, or is it that we may expect anytime soon?
Well, yes, I have seen Shah Rukh Khan grown up. I think is one of the reasons that I wanted to pursue acting. And why not? I think I met him twice in Bombay, especially after I won Mr. World. And in the Filmfare Awards, because that's hosted by Times of India organization, and I won the title from Times of India. But would love to work with Shah Rukh Khan, and the taste keeps changing. These days, I'm also following Amitabh Bachchan a lot. The kind of consistency he has at this age, if you guys know about it, even at this age, he's before time on sets. He's working very hard. So it would be Shah Rukh Khan and Amitabh Bachchan, but major reasons would be Amitabh Bachchan, I would say, to look up to. It's just not acting, but a lot of other things also, being on time, being healthy, etc. for a lot of things.
Awesome. So we'll move on to the next segment of the talk, which is a rapid fire. And this is a surprise element, by the way, Rohit.
I like surprises.
We didn't prepare for it, but let us have this. So, are you ready?
I am. Game on. Let's go.
All right. So the first question is, and this has to be one word. If you want, you may explain that. What is your relationship status?
It's complicated.
All right. So the next question is, which big production house in India you would like to work for?
Dharma Productions. Is it 11/11 by any chance?
While you received the invitation from Woxsen, what made you say yes to come to Woxsen?
I think the moment I got to know about Woxsen, I put the name, I saw the campus, I saw the dignitaries, and I saw some YouTube videos. And can I say no to Woxsen? Of course not. I have to say yes. I think this is one of the best sessions that I've had. I mean, it's an honor. Totally.
I think the feeling is mutual, Rohit. It's a pleasure for all the Woxsen fraternity to have you, right? Moving on to the next question. What were your key learnings from your academic career? One or two words.
Preparing just before the exam is not important. I think throughout the year, preparation is important.
I think this is very important for most of you sitting here at the back, right?
Just those night outs before the exam doesn't work. It's very short term. And I think having a right association of friends who are very good in studies is important. Not those who are very frequent to canteens.
The next question is, popularity and fame for Rohit is dash.
It's temporary. I think it's irrelevant, I would say. I feel relations are important, and I have been very humble all through my life, and I wish and I know that I would be the same. Popularity and fame, it's all right. I guess it's an illusion, I feel, many times.
Yeah. I totally agree.
It's not a very Mr. World answer. This is a very honest answer.
So I totally agree with Rohit. He is really a humble man, because when we were managing and planning this entire summit preparation, I said, who should I invite for the Global Impact Summit as a public figure who can, connect well with the theme of the summit and also speak to all the youngsters and who can be as authentic as possible, because it is important for individuals to remain authentic. And that is one thing which I have personally observed with Rohit's journey, is that he is really a humble, genuine, and authentic guy. So I think he deserves a big round of applause.
Thank you so much. Now that's like my Marwadi friend.
And my last question of the rapid fire would be, one word message for the world from the platform of the Global Impact Summit at Woxsen University.
I think one word would be patience. I guess patience is a very, very important word. Once you keep working on yourself and have patience, everything in life works out. So patience would be the word for it.
Awesome. Thank you so much, Rohit, for sharing your views with us. I would now like to invite few students to come here, as Rohit would like to share few steps from his dance song, which has been recently launched. So this is the last segment of Rohit's session. Does anybody have any questions which you want to ask Rohit in this session? We can have the next two to three questions if any of the students would like to ask. Or any of our delegates.
So if you can actually describe the feeling when you heard your name on the stage, like what were the emotions that's going through your head?
Right.
What were you feeling at the time?
So there was, I somehow knew that I was winning Mr. World. I don't know, there was a feeling before the announcement because the contestants that I had around me, they kind of told me that you're the one who's making it. And I was some superpower. I already knew it's happening. And I'm not very expressive in my life, so the feeling was very numb. And the best feeling was, I think, after 10 minutes of winning Mr. World, when my parents called me and my father told me for the first time that he's proud of me. I think that's the best feeling. It's amazing. Thank you. Thank you for the lovely question.
Hi, Rohit. A very quick question. The last 2 years have been really difficult for a lot of people. People from the industry, students, everyone alike. Very quickly, please tell me, how did you take care of your mental health? What were you doing about your empathy, compassion, emotional intelligence, staying sane, and continue to keeping your fitness and health on top form at the same time?
Thank you for the lovely question, ma'am. I think it's a very important question. How did I take care of my mental health? I would love to answer about this. Mental health is really important, guys, and I do have my breakthroughs a lot of times. I do have my breakthroughs coming often enough. There are many times I don't feel like working out. I wake up, I really don't feel like working out. I just know that I need to take the first step. The first step is to just wear your shoes, be in the gym, don't think about working out. The moment you start taking one step, you follow the second step. And for mental health, I do watch a lot of motivational videos. I see what people go through, how did they come over this. I'm a big follower of TED Talks, and I watch almost all the TED Talks. It really helps me, and sometimes I just become very vulnerable to my close people, my parents and my close friends. And I think if you guys haven't been, just try being vulnerable and tell your feelings out to your close ones, your parents. And like 2 days back, I was telling my father that I'm feeling low, and I told him certain reasons. I'm being honest. And so asking for help is very important. And I never used to do that. So for mental health, ask for help, talk to your close ones, nothing to be ashamed of. They say men don't cry and men are sensitive. We build this masculine superpower. I think it's very important to be sensitive and share your weakness as well. It's very important. That's what I do.
So my question is, suppose my aim is to be a model, right? And my parents and my friends, everybody is against that. So what I need to do in life?
I think they come from a different background altogether, so maybe they could not relate to you. My parents also did not believe initially. You just need to prove them in the initial steps, I would say. You just need to get some pictures clicked, walk for one of the designers, and do some work for free. That's what I started. Once the work is out, they need to get the signs that you're heading to the right direction. Because any other guy, especially in India, tells that I want to become a model, the parents definitely get worried initially.
Yeah,
so
that's
the
true.
Initial stage of proving them by doing something is right. That's what I would
Thank you. Thank you very much.
You're welcome. I think you wanted to ask a question, right? Yeah.
Okay, so I wanted to ask you. First of all, I really like the outfit though.
Sorry?
I really like your outfit.
Thank you so much.
Okay.
Chahat made sure I wore the right outfit.
Were you a person who initially did not have any stage fear, or did you get rid of it along the way?
I think along the way, I was very nervous on the stage. I also did not win a lot of competitions before Mr. India and Mr. World. I lost most of the competitions in the first, second round, or in the third round. I think failure is such a important part. Yeah, but what came after that was important was not giving up. So I think we kept opting for stage and fell in love with stage. I wasn't nervous, and yeah, I think never woke up like this.
So any tips you can give us to get rid of the stage fear?
My tip would be just keep trying, and when you fail, don't take this too hard. Know that it's a process of learning, and for every failure, there's a learning I'm sure you must, observe. So just don't give up, I would say. That's it.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Hi, sir. First of all, you're really handsome.
Thank you so much. You're also beautiful.
Thank you so much. Sir, like, fame comes with a price. You'll have to handle, when you have fame, you have the equal amount of hate as well. So how do you handle up with that type of stress?
I try being myself as much as possible. So there are places when I go, there are people, sometimes they spot me and sometimes they don't. And I know it comes with a price, but I like being myself. So it doesn't really has become a problem for me because I've never seen myself as a Mr. World or I've got fame. I tried being as I used to always be. So it's fine, I think there's no difference. Thank you.
Hi, Rohit.
Hi.
I'm Joseph.
Hi, Joseph.
I don't have a question. I just want to say that I've been watching you for 4 years, 5 years now. I've been following your Instagram, and you've been a major inspiration to me. And I always wanted to be a model, but I'm 5'6", 5'7", and it's been very discouraging. But you've been a major inspiration to keep dreaming about the same thing.
Thank you, Joseph. I mean, you made my day when I hear somebody saying inspiration. Thank you. And that also shows me a sign I should be active on Instagram. Sometimes I feel like to stop social media, but thank you to hear that you've been following since 4 years and I've inspired you. Would always do that. Thank you.
Do we have any other questions? Seems we have come to a close. With this, I would like to thank Rohit Khandelwal for sparing his time to come to Woxsen University. Again, it's a pleasure to know you. People from different parts of the world have come today and have listened to your journey. I think your message has really reached people's hearts. So thank you so much. Now, I would like to call upon Dr. Raul Rodriguez to come forward, the Vice President of Woxsen University, to felicitate Mr. Rohit Khandelwal with a token of appreciation from Woxsen University.
Thank you. Nice show. Thanks for coming down. Thank you. Thank you, sir. Thank you. Okay, we have.
Well, thank you so much, everyone, for having me, and all the very best and good luck. Thank you.
kindly request all the audience to please be seated. We have our roundtable session next, so.
Hello.
Next up, we have our roundtable discussion. The topic is Understanding New Opportunities in the Age of Dynamism. It is a complicated social, political, and cultural subject that examines the globalized world's diversity. As a result, the queries span multiple fields and thinking, resulting in a complicated discourse with multiple perspectives. We have our moderator, Dr. Aditi Saxena, Dean School of Arts and Design, Woxsen University. We have our esteemed panel members.
Mr. Shiv Mehta, author of Protocols of Money, alumni of NYU Stern School of Business, an investor of Metaki, Remy AI, and other budding startup. It's a pleasure to have you, sir.
Next up, we have Mr. Manish Tiwari, HM, Reserve Bank of India, who has been a part of the institution for over 17 years. We are glad to have you here on board with us, sir.
Up next, we have Professor Devdutt Chaudhary, Associate Dean, Accreditation and Assurance of Learning, Woxsen University. Professor Devdutt is an academician with 18 years of corporate experience in sectors such as manufacturing, financial service, information technology, and the education sector. Devdutt spent majority of his career in sales and marketing, where he gained most of his experience and knowledge about sales strategy, management, corporate strategy, and much more. It's a pleasure to have you, sir.
I request Dr. Aditi Saxena, ma'am, to proceed with the further roundtable discussion. Thank you.
Check.
Okay. We have a very less audience, but nevertheless, the topic is quite intellectual, and I'm really happy that we have genuinely a very interesting panel. As Bahulika has already given the introduction, that understanding the new opportunities in the age of dynamism, I think everything is related to it, starting from politics, gender, economics, globalization, technology, a lot of things. So I will start my question to the panel member. My first question to Mr. Shiv Mehta. Shiv, universities are undergoing significant changes linked to such factors as globalization of economy and rise of technologies based on generic forms of knowledge. The whole scenario is, starting from the university grant economy to other things. So I would like to know that how all these factors affect the higher education sector.
Am I audible? Yeah. Perfect. Look, I know we are in the Global Impact Summit, and I know that people have been talking about globalization a lot in the last 2 days, but I'm going to be a bummer and tell you guys that the golden age of globalization is over. So I'll tell you something about the country where I'm a naturalized citizen, Australia. Australia had a white immigration policy until the late 70s, which meant that anybody wanted to immigrate in Australia, they had to be Caucasians. And they noticed that their economy is weak, and it's only after the late 1970s that they introduced, Asians, Indians, and people of color to come to Australia, immigrate, and settle there. So that was the start of globalization. The golden age of globalization then accelerated in the 80s. We saw a lot of immigration, a lot of collaboration. It got even more accelerated in the 90s. So we had the brain drain, especially from India, that went to Silicon Valley and solidified Silicon Valley as the innovation capital of the world. 9/11 happened, and that was the kickstart of the decline in globalization, which got accelerated further in the early 2010s. Look at Brexit. Look at the protectionist policies under Trump era. The sovereign wealth crisis that happened in EU in 2012. And now what happened in 24th of February with the invasion of Ukraine, the world is divided. You would have never thought that India, Pakistan, and China, the three neighbors, are going to be united in one geopolitical situation, which is that they have abstained against Russia. So we are definitely in a post-World War II Bretton Woods era, where this is the end of the golden age of globalization. It doesn't mean that globalization has ended, but the golden age that started in the 80s till 2010s has definitely now ended after 24th of February with the invasion recently. The other point that I'll make is, but that doesn't mean that is the end, for higher education system and globalization. I remember Donald Rumsfeld, who was the U.S. Secretary of State, I think, or he was in part of Department of Defense. And post 9/11, a journalist asked him a question to which he responded on the spot that there are known knowns, which are the things that we know. There are known unknowns, which are the things that we know that we do not know. And then there are unknown unknowns, which are the things we do not know that we do not know by virtue of that. COVID, I mean, one can say that we should have predicted COVID-19 since it was December 2019 that it impacted China, but both investment management professionals to everybody in the political space undermined how impactful would have that been. And we know what has happened in the last 2 years due to COVID. But people say that was unknown. So uncertainty, embracing uncertainty is a must as a leader, irrespective of which business you're in, including the higher education sector. So you have no choice but to embrace uncertainty, because things that happen outside in the macro context, it's outside Prime Minister Modi's control. Forget about Woxsen University. So embrace uncertainty, and how you do it is by developing leadership skills. So one thing that I can recommend Woxsen University to do, which I didn't see in the Vision 2025, is to probably have a social science department, so that we can develop future political scientists, so that leaders of the future don't do things that leaders of the past have done so far, whether it's to do with climate change, whether it's to do with having insecurities of the reserves that they have in natural resources or money. So yeah, embrace uncertainty and probably build leaders in both political science space and social science space.
Thank you, Shiv. Great answer. I think whenever I teach my students design thinking, I always use these 3 words, like, it's a combination of known unknown, unknown unknown, known known, and it's a great answer. I think what I asked, you have answered more. You touched certain more complexity of the topic, which I didn't actually mean, right? Thank you. My next question is Mr. Manish Tiwari, one of the very senior member of the panel. Mr. Manish, I would like to know that how the new age financial and production capital changing nature of financial and institutional innovation.
Well, first of all, we need to, and in fact, we don't need to, we all are very much aware that capital is something which runs the business, which provides new blood, new money to an existing business. Now, if we want to differentiate between traditional capital and new age capital, I'll say the major difference is, while the traditional capital goes for existing businesses which are in existence, and where a product is already in the market or at least in the test phase, whereas the new age capital which is coming now, it is giving the much needed support to ideas, startups, and young entrepreneurs. Like if we just even Google, in fact, this term, New Age Capital, you will find there is a company, New Age Capital. And first Google, 15 results are related to that. So that's an interesting thing, but how it is changing innovation arena. So what is an innovation, especially financial and institutional innovation? Financial innovation is basically an act to create new financial instrument as well as financial technologies, the institutions and markets. If we see in last 20 years, what new products came into the market, there is a plethora of them, starting with mortgage-based securities, which no one can ever forget because of 2008 crisis. a very well-defined product, which actually kind of collapsed the market for a few days. And many big business houses, many brokerages, many the investment banks got completely destroyed in its deluge. But products are coming. It is just the one bad apple does not define the whole tree. So then there are other products also. There are CDS, there are weather derivatives, Islamic banking, now Islamic bonds also. So products are getting created one after another. And these new products are also causing, I'll say, I won't say the term I'm forgetting is, it is not creating pressure, but it is rather motivating government-backed institutions also to come up with new products. Like taking example in India, when I joined RBI in 2005, at that time RTGS, the network was being laid in India. It was in test module. I participated in that test module also. Then check truncation system. Earlier checks used to get clear in 15 days, 20 days. If it's an outstation, maybe more than one. Now they get cleared within 3 days. Then we came with UPI. And then Aadhaar-enabled payment systems. Now we are talking about, and it is already in existence with some banks, cardless cash transactions through ATMs. So in a way, products are coming one after another, and even whether they are coming from the government side, central banks or public sector banks, or whether they are now talking about other financial participants like NBFCs. In the last 10 years, we have seen that there have been new kind of NBFCs. There is micro funding institutions. There is peer lending or cloud financing. They came in existence earlier, and then the rules came for them. So these products were also, in a way, propelled by this new age capital. And so when the product is there, then a process is needed, then the rules are needed, guidelines are needed. So in a way, the whole financial environment is changing because of this new age capital. And what I say that it's only just the beginning. We may see that there may come another products. There are still some products which are available in Europe or the US markets and which are not in India. They may come, they may get adapt in a different way in India. So we can say that the field is widely open still.
Thank you, Mr. Manish. I think it's a very great answer. And I can see that things are changing such a rapid pace. Like people, those who are in their 40s, they have seen such a huge transition. And we really have to struggle a lot to understand the whole financial innovation and how things are going. My next question to Professor Devdatta Chaudhary. And the question what I'm going to ask Professor Devdatta is not exactly considering his business background, but probably considering his city. He is from the city of Kolkata, and the city which is politically strong. All Bengalis are very much interested in political consequences of the world. So, Professor Devdatta, my next question to you is, do 21st century political communication measure up to the democratic ideas? I can break it down, the question, in two parts. How do candidates use media to persuade us as voters? And the next question, as a sub, you can consider it while answering. Are we informed adequately about the political issues? Over to you.
Great question. So I will break this down into two parts. First is, let us define what is the media of today. And secondly, how political parties are taking advantage of this media or not taking advantage of this media. So media today has two parts. One is the standard traditional media, which follows a structure, a governance structure, a censorship, follows certain models, which is we see in terms of newspapers, which we see in terms of the television channels, at least some levels of governance and censorship is there. Second is the crowd-funded media, which is what you post in Twitter, what you post in all the social media, the blogs. So this is crowd-funded media, which does not follow any censorship. So these are, if we classify them into two forms, classical media and the censorship and the new media, let us call. And let us look at some research. Hayes and Lambder in 2016 says that traditional media is not concerned about engaging the audience beyond a point, whereas the new media is all about engaging the audience. Jabril et al. In 2013 talks about sensationalism is the food of the new media. Let us look at what, this is a classic case study of Barack Obama when he won his first presidency. It was classical digital media using and leveraging digital media to create a brand. This is absolutely textbook case study based digital media campaign to create, because he was miles behind. Nobody thought he would win, but he did win based on leveraging the new media. Then closer home in India, we saw in 2014, Mr. Modi won. And how they did it, they tested many lines which would go with the audience. Aapki baar BJP sarkar, aapki baar this sarkar, that sarkar. Then they came up with this line because they did a test marketing with aapki baar Modi sarkar, and that had lot of, that they found the audience liked heavily. And then they used that. Then they used that heavily, then they used digital media, then they used blogging, then they used viraling, using a lot of these classical viraling techniques. So this is the age of media. Coming back to whether it preserves democracy, democracy beyond a point is again a very utopian concept. What is democracy? In India, democracy is defined by whether you win elections or not. But democracy is much bigger than winning elections. It talks a lot of institutions which protects human rights, human values. Those we do not talk. There is no discourse of that democracy in India. It talks about only winning elections. So whether new media protects the rights of the people, because this is funded, the final answer is yet to emerge. We see what Twitter does. We see a lot of artificial news being created by the media. In fact, I would quote Trump's advisor, Kellyanne Conway, said that coined the term which is called alternative facts, which is basically another word for brash fabrication. As per Gorban in 2017, he did a research on Trump's communication strategies. So you can use some terms, you can refabricate terms to create certain facts, certain perceptions. So this is a very interesting question, as I said, and a very interesting topic, and the jury is out there. Still, we will see how it emerges over a period of time. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Which remind me a very funny thing. I don't know whether I should quote it here or not, but as far as the political communication is concerned, and being a person from media communication, there was a very interesting case study where our Honorable Prime Minister of Bihar, Mr. Lal Prasad Yadav, quoted. When journalists asked that there was a report based on a kind of scam, and how would you like to react it? He told that today is a newspaper, and tomorrow this newspaper will be used in household work. I really don't bother what is written in the newspaper. So I think what a diplomatic answer by a political leader. I think we can talk about hour after hour on user-generated content, another thing. But yes, moving forward, my next question to Shiv again. How does the double-edged nature of knowledge management affect the learning relationship among the stakeholders and operations?
Sure. Most of the things are double-edged sword now. And it's because there are people who take advantage for the bad, and then there are people who take advantage of the good. So when you think about knowledge management, it should only be positive. There shouldn't be an opposite sword to it. Knowledge management is so important, especially in the age like Professor alluded to. Like there is this unstructured data when it comes to the media, which is very influential. Then you've got like the structured media, which also does a thing, but it's like double-edged in a way. Similar thing is with knowledge management. I mean, when Albert Einstein was, doing his research about nuclear energy and all that, he didn't think that the government is gonna, or he may think, if you believe conspiracy theorists, but nobody knew that they were gonna, put an atomic bomb on Japan. So that was the double-edged sword of knowledge there. When you look at when we moved off the, when Richard Nixon during his time decided that we're going to move on to not have any gold backed in currency. And I love that we've got, our esteemed guest from Arbia over here. I was just telling him that we should have a Bitcoin versus fiat money discussion for next time. But coming back to about the double-edged sword at that time, one of the main reasons why we have grown in the world so much is because we don't have gold-backed currency. Because of the money that we have printed, since the 1970s, it has directly helped us to grow because, we're not backed by a limited resource. But as we know, after financial crisis, the central bankers in the US have just printed unlimited amount of money, which has accelerated even further after COVID. And now they're wondering why they have double-digit inflation. So good ideas, but double-edged sword. So knowledge is useful. It shouldn't be double-edged sword, but we as humans, we all have different kinds of characters. How do you handle it? It honestly comes back to building that leadership skills, that somebody doesn't take advantage of the power of knowledge. But otherwise, knowledge management is very important, but you need to build those, those soft skills, those social skills within a human being that once they get into power, that they don't take advantage of it. And those are the reasons why I promote blockchain and all, because it is a technology that may not now, but eventually will allow people to do decentralized governance. It'll start with corporations. It'll eventually, hopefully, after I've passed away, may help build states out there in a decentralized format. But there's a saying, and I'll just conclude with that. It's a very famous saying, and it is a famous saying for a reason, that absolute power corrupts absolutely. When you look at a lot of the leaders that have died as villains, they rose as heroes to start with. Whether you look at pre-World War II leader of Germany, whether you look at, even the leader of Zimbabwe, they all were heroes when they came to power. And then that absolute power corrupted them absolutely. So knowledge is important, but I think what is more important that so that we don't have the double-edged sword of knowledge management, that we train the people to act empathetically. And I guess that's the theme, right? To act empathetically and to act inclusively for everybody.
Thank you, Shiv. I think the word empathy is very important, and I think you really addressed the question. Ms. Manish, my next question to you is, since the 1990s, my question is a little bit elaborative, that's why I've given you the pointer also. Since the 1990s, the art of public policy making has been shifted from the state-centric, bureaucratic, elite decision-making approach to the popular participation and citizen. How does this transition affect the operation of banking sector?
Well, I will say that this is one of the major development over the last century. There was a time when policymakers were making their decisions solely based on the input they have from the limited resources they can approach to. And the problem with that was that, in fact, there are three stages in which this thing was developed. Earlier, it was made solely based on the policy makers or the government officials, the domain of understanding, and it was put into the circulation with immediate effect. Now, yesterday this was the rule, today this is the rule, and after that there used to be a huge tussle between the public and government and bank officials and central bank that no, this should have been like that and that. The second stage came when the paper was introduced, a draft paper was, when a committee was formed and said that this committee has tenure of this much months, if you have any suggestions, send to it. Then it was created based on those inputs, whatever is favorable or whatever was being considered viable, and a circular was created and it was put into the effect. Now, why I am taking this paper, I wanted to say, read something from this. Earlier when I left, but there was a committee of OECD and APEC on the which created integrated checklist on regulatory reforms. The checklist highlights that regulation should be developed in an open and transparent fashion with appropriate and well-publicized procedures for effective and timely inputs from international, national, and the other parties, such as affected businesses, trade unions, wider interest groups such as consumer and environmental organizations, or other level of government as deemed fit. After that, we actually approached the third stage. Right now, what is happening in India, especially in terms of RBI, I can say that there is a committee, suggestions are invited. Based on those suggestions, a draft circular is prepared. Draft circular is put again into the circulation. Okay, this is what we have reached. Even now, if you want to say something, you please send your input in 15 days, 30 days, whatever. And after that, the final circular come into circulation. Now, what happened due to this? Amendments happen. Amendments happen all the time. But now the amendments which came after this consultative approach are much less than what they used to be the earlier. How this transition is affecting the operation of banking sector? First of all, there is a, you can say, the environment of trust, ownership and partnership between the consumer and the bank, and also the compliance cost of banks have reduced drastically. Because now they are working on in such a way that circular are clearer, they are more crisp, more objective, and to follow them and to be with them is easier. So this has been the development over the time.
Thank you, Mr. Manish. I think it's a great answer. And before I moving to the next question, I would like to say that you are absolutely correct. And one thing also I would like to include that now in the policy making domain, we can see a lot of young people with new thoughts, new ideas, coming from a diverse culture, community. That probably makes a huge difference in the mindset of the policy making domain or policy making people, right? Thank you. Thanks again. Professor Devdatta, again I'm asking you a question considering your research background. How do the discourse and contradictions of New Age dynamism affect the scientific research?
Okay, yeah. Okay, for one, this technological milieu has brought the scientific community and the research community closer. So we can do intercontinental research at no time. We, just as in Woxsen, we set up these centers of excellences. I have a live example. I have my student Anushka here, and we were to write a book chapter, and she, another of our student, I and another faculty from Mexico, we partnered up to create a book chapter. A matter of 5-6 days, it took back and forth, the manuscript flowing back and forth. And what came out is again an output which is basically because of this dynamic nature of technology today. If you look at pre-COVID, I'll use my voice. Yeah, pre-COVID and post-COVID. Pre-COVID, for anything we would depend on a face-to-face interaction or every time. But post-COVID has taught us that everything is possible. Just send a Zoom link. And I think that practice would continue moving forward. We will first meet in Zoom, and then we will decide whether to take that, whether we need to be here in one place physically. Certain sets of activities might require a physical presence, certain set of activities might not require a physical presence. So research, a portion of it might be done in our own silos, and technology might be a conduit for that kind of a research. So a lot of uncertainties, lot of these communication channels have opened because of these uncertainties. A lot of alternative communication channels, a lot of thought processes have opened because of this. So I think this new age dynamism has really helped and thrived scientific research. You can look at the research outputs during COVID. People were not teaching, people were sitting at home. The researchers were producing research like there is no tomorrow. Though we might question the practical applicability of it, everything was related to COVID. I remember how has COVID affected financial markets? How has COVID affected this? How has COVID affected that? Those were the research outputs that were coming out into the scientific journal. So obviously it's a black swan event and people would write about it, but this has really helped, as I talked about, has really helped research. And responding to Shiv's first point, this year we are coming up with courses on journalism and political science in the School of Humanities. Yes.
Thank you. Having said that, I just want to share with the audience and with my panel that I did best of my project during COVID, and I published paper like Dr. Izaz Ahmed from Dean of Columbia College without not even meeting him, and paper published and all done. So I think, I think the COVID time really taught us that we can collaborate to anyone, any like-minded people sitting anywhere in the corner in the world, and just collaborate, have a few Zoom call, and you are friend, right? Okay, thank you, Professor Devdatta, again for your very, deep thoughts answer. My next question to you, Shiv. I request you to share your thoughts. It's not a question, it's something I really wanted to know your thoughts, that on mediated social identities, which age implicated as a viable controller of how social actions is strategically deployed for alignment, accommodation, and divergence. I'm sorry, my question's a little bit complicated. That's why I've given Shiv the question chit also. If any of you want me to repeat, yeah. I think you can answer. Question will be automatically clear to everyone.
Yeah, when I read this question, I was like, wow, that's a lot of words in that sentence. How do I articulate myself? So I'll try, so bear with me. May not make sense, so pardon me, ma'am. I think, in a way, like social identities, with what I mentioned about globalization going down, we need to think about being more inclusive, which Preeti in her talk yesterday did a fantastic job about promoting that as well. So I'm going to tie this up with the topic, understanding opportunities in the age of dynamism. The future leaders, whether in the public sector or private sector, need to think about uniting social identities. Because my first book was on the history and evolution of money. That's the book that I wrote. And in that, I learned about, the history of human civilization, because money is a very important social contract. I mean, a lot of people say, especially being raised in a Hindu family, we get to hear that money is evil. Money is not evil. Money is a very important social contract. And with the evolution of money, the paper money and all, it has had a very important role in reducing the number of conflicts that we have. If you look at history in the last 5,000 years, over time we have reduced the number of conflicts. Otherwise, if we go back to medieval times when there was no paper money or a central bank, we used to always be fighting. But I think it's high time that we evolve. We're in 21st century. Social identities, like based on age, I'll cover age as well, but more than that, like based on sex, based on color, it's high time it gets stopped. Like, I can't believe it's still there, to be honest. Human biases will continue to exist, but that's where the training starts from the ground, and it's great that Professor told me that we are doing something in political science. Coming to you about what you said about age, I'll tell you a fun fact. So in Australia, I guess they are lucky because it's not that populated country, so social welfare is good. There is a thing that you can't discriminate with age. So people who are old and are out of work, they get respectable jobs, or they get respectable unemployment benefits. It's not something that I see in US as well. Over there, the Department of Veteran Affairs, they get free education in top business schools. So that is something that Woxsen can start doing, giving scholarship to retired, Army officers who are interested in getting education. So Australia actually is a very good model of how they don't discriminate by age. I can't say the same thing for US. When I went there to study, I did notice a little bit of that. But in India, I'll tell you a fun fact, just quickly. I was in a startup meeting, and there was this one guy, I'm not going to name him, but he was an investment manager for a large family office for one of the billionaires over here. And he just said that, oh yeah, we're not going to employ anybody who's 50. And I was shocked. I was like, can't believe he just said that he's not going to employ like somebody in investment who's 50 years old. If somebody says that in Australia, there will be like investigation on him. So I think people don't realize, if I say with respect to India, that social identities is a very important thing, and you got to be inclusive and not discriminate by age, not discriminate by anything. I mean, I remember Bill Clinton once saying, he's a politician as well, but he makes good speeches at times. So he said one thing, I'm not sure whether it's right or not, but he said that human beings at a DNA level are different by, less than 1%. So yeah, social identity is just a layer of human beings that we should probably be starting to be more inclusive. I hope I've given the answer that you wanted on all this alignment, accommodation, and divergence that you were seeking.
Thank you, Shiv. While writing the question, I realized that after being in academia so many years, I forgot to write things simply way. I tried my best, and then I thought I should give the chit to him, because, yeah. So I think it's a very good answer. In the context of his answer, I just want to see that in my teaching career, I taught a lot of army officers. They actually took their break of 2 years before retirement, and many of them came to the media education because they thought that many of them believe that media is a platform where they can actually work, right? And yeah, end of the day, we say that age is a number, but we really don't believe it actually, right? Yeah, thank you. My next question is to Mr. Manish Tiwari. We talk about, education 2.0, industry 4.0. My question too is, it's not a question, I really wanted to know your thought that, on the influences of industry 4.0 revolution on economic growth, how industry 4.0 affect the economic growth of India or in global context.
Yeah. The Industry 4.0 term was actually devised by some German scientists in 2011, and in 2016 it actually got popularized by Mr. Pham. Now, what exactly is Industry 4.0? Industry 4.0 is nothing much more than, you can say, a revolution. But why it is still nothing much more? Because I feel that it is in the nascent stage, and its real implications we are yet to see. So basically, the Industry 4.0 is the trend towards automation and data exchange in manufacturing technologies and processes, which includes cyber physical systems, IoT, industrial IoT, cloud computing, cognitive computing, machine learning, artificial intelligence, and a hell lot of more. Now, it is revolutionary the way companies manufacture, improve, and distribute their products. Manufacturers are integrating new technologies in order to streamline their operations and make their production facilities more profitable. The four key themes, I'm just taking 1 minute for it. The four key themes are interconnection, that is the ability of machines to connect and communicate with via IoT, information transparency, technical assistance, and decentralized decisions. So, by these four major themes, this industrial revolution or 4.0 is changing the way the products are being manufactured, the way the data is provided to the computers, and then that data is analyzed in real time or in the minimum possible time to improve the overall efficiency of the systems. What are some major benefits of it? It is increase and improve productivity, efficiency, knowledge sharing, collaborative working, agility, compliance, flexibility, better consumer experience. This reminds me of the importance of UX and analytics courses, which we can see on any social media. You go to Facebook, no, it's working now. Yeah, you go to any social media, you will find the ads of different institutions, starting from someone running the one-room class in what is that place near IIT Delhi, or maybe some Katwaria Sarai, Jira Sarai. Do you go to the Ivy League university? Everyone is running courses on analytics nowadays. But why? Because it has a prospect in future. This analytics and UX designing, this is what will create a much bigger and more impactful future within the Industry 4.0. That is my belief. As even in the banking segment, if you see, there are some recent development, like you find chatbots on all major banking the participants. Then use of AI in risk analysis and credit analysis. Yeah. Then someone was talking about some app just a few days ago that you install it, it reads your messages and the financial messages and define your spending and saving pattern. I find it very difficult. मैंने उसका नाम याद रखने की कोशिश नहीं की. But yes, might be at one point of time it can generate that much trust and usefulness and confidentiality of data that people will opt for such softwares. So it actually, the Industry 4.0 basically reminds me of Isaac Asimov's novels. It started with something which is completely impossible, and then we realized the bigger is yet to come. But overall, it will highly participate in the economic growth because of new processes, products, improved efficiency of manufacturing as well as of services, and it will create new jobs which are still in the, still we can say are a child of future. So that.
Thank you, Mr. Manish. I personally believe that Industry 4.0 definitely created a difference, and especially the concept was understood by the young generation in a very simplified way. Probably there is a layers and layers of policy information, but overall the Industry 4.0, like I know my students, they mostly understand that what is Industry 4.0. Okay. My next question to Professor Devdatta, since there is a little bit less time, so I'm trying to reduce probably one or two questions, but I'm definitely looking forward to a few questions from the audience, since we have a less number of audience, and sometimes this less number is more actually. You would like to, I know, you wanted to ask something, yes. I'll back to you, right? Professor Devdatta, I am not reading the introduction of the question, which is already available with you. It is all about how do you understand the technological intervention in social shaping as an individual and a part of the greater community? Again, complicated.
Yeah, this weekend I was watching a movie called Day-3. Yeah? Anybody watched it, this movie? Yeah? 83, about India's 1983 World Cup win. I can tell you I watched the match live. That is how old I am. Yeah, coming back to the answer, I'll tell you the how we watch the match. There used to be one TV in the community, in the neighborhood. So everybody in the neighborhood would go to that house, watch the match together. There's a community kitchen happening because this is London time, so 3.5 hours or 4.5, I think 5.5 hours, and therefore by the time the final finishes or sometime in the final, there would be some dinner break. So there is a dinner requirement. So there's a community kitchen brewing. So that was that India of 83. And I think last World Cup, we watched in individual screens. Like you watch in your mobile, I watch in my mobile. So just imagine the sociological dimension of the penetration of technology. From a community gathering to watch a cricket match, we have drifted from a community screen to a family screen, now to an individual screen. That is how socially we have changed. And that will have implications in how we behave. As I sit here and I see there are a lot of people looking at other screens also. So that is how we behave as an individual, that is how we behave as human beings, and that will have dimensions going forward, moving forward. That will have dimensions in how we operate, that is the dimension how we empathize with other individuals. And there is so much research on this. We can discuss this till cows come home and then they go out the next morning. So I will not do this because I'm sure I have been able to communicate the one aspect of technology penetration dimension. There are so many more. There are so many more. You just think and watch and see. We belong to a generation which is nowadays called digital immigrants. We come from a world where there was no internet, there was no phone. One community phone, and we used to book trunk call. I remember when I was a child, my parents used to book a trunk call to speak to some relatives, to an era where we have seamless communication across the world. So we are basically digital immigrants, and the students here are known as digital natives. They know how to be in, but they will be bitten by another set of guys like my son who is now 10 years old. They only know what is a smartphone. They are beginning of life. Sometimes he asks how you used to live before, because you didn't have smartphones. He thinks that living is impossible. Those guys at least have seen the era before smartphones. So there are implications, there are strong implications, and the world is debating on this, and there are so many sociological dimensions. So I'll rest my case here, and I will hand it back to our moderator.
Thank you, Professor Devdutt. What a great answer. It actually reminds me my days in college. So I think our guests, those who are from other countries, they cannot imagine India on that time where there is genuinely one television set, which is a community. And I think that what communities connect, and there are people sitting together and watching a cricket match, right? So yes, we are almost through with I'm almost through with our question, but before I ask or request our audience to ask few questions, I would like to share one incident with all of you. I can remember in my school days, my mom used to ask, let's say there is a lack of sugar at home and there was a guest coming. My mom used to ask, go fast, go to the neighborhood house, get some sugar from them. It was so obvious, there is no hesitation. Go, knock that door and I'll say, Auntie, mom required some sugar. And she was very okay. A few days back in my Delhi house, I was required something, not sugar, but something. So I asked my daughter, can you go to now we are in society. So I say in the top floor, in my floor, there was a family who were very good friend to us, Pastor. I say, go and get the thing from Auntie. She was saying, what is the requirement? You drop a WhatsApp. Right, and she has a support system. She will send that person to us to give the thing. So that is what we are changing. Like we are dropping a WhatsApp rather than knocking the door. Thank you to all my panel members, Shiv. Great answers. You address all the things, Professor Devdutt. It's really, each of your answer reminding me our era. Mr. Manish, thanks a lot for your valuable input. And the floor is open, and I would like to ask Preeti to...
Thank you so much. Absolutely scintillating discussion right there. And I actually, with your permission, Aditi, have a question for each of them, because listening to them, there have been certain things going on in my head. And I will start from this way, please, if it is okay with you.
Absolutely, absolutely.
And my request to the panel, please, just keep it short so that other people can also get an opportunity to ask you questions, please. Thank you so much. Manish, I'll come to you first. So the topic is about understanding new opportunities in the age of dynamism. Now, crypto, NFTs, blockchains, and all the rest of it, they're part of the age of dynamism. From your standpoint, no political affiliations here, no nothing, whatever, your personal opinion, what is the hesitancy there in terms of adopting these new age technologies which are digital, distributed, sort of, can depend on more? So what's the hesitancy there? I'd like to know from you. Thank you.
Well, on this question, I would like to take a rain check.
Okay, yep, fair enough, thank you. Perfectly fine, thank you. And Professor Chaudhary, from you, coming from the Adda culture, you know, Shonar, Kolkata, and you know, lots of talks happening there, community discussions. What are your views on the sort of the managed social media cartels, so to speak, I would say? What are the checks and balances to sort of keep in mind to curb the sort of propagated news and the fake news and all the rest of it? No, not by just political parties, but also by corporations, by people that want to influence a certain opinion in their favor. In this age of opportunities, in the age of dynamism, what do you think are the checks and balances for these kind of nefarious operations, please? Thank you.
Okay. Fake news is one of the concerns, and I know one of my colleagues is doing her PhD in this area. How does fake news emanate and fake news spread, fake news create disturbances in the society? I think today, in the era of digital media and social media, self-censorship is the only way forward. How do you censor? On what basis we censor? A few days back, one of the Indian ministers made a comment that some people, Donald Trump can be censored and XYZ people cannot be censored. This is Twitter's double standard policies. So it is very, very difficult to do checks and balances, and it is impossible to censor people posting on social media, though we have those certain technological-based censor, technological-based checks and balances. But beyond that, I think sociologically we should not react to certain instant or sensationalism and not allow sensationalism to get ahead of us. We should hold ourselves, we should investigate the facts, we should have a little more patience in reacting, and we should do a little bit of due diligence individually and as a community, and that would ultimately lead to the fake not succeed in their objectives.
Thank you so much, Professor. I think if only we used our common sense, and instead of chasing the vanity metrics, if we kept that self-discipline, I think we would be somewhere else. My last question to you, my dear friend Shiv. We've been talking about all these opportunities and all the rest of it. Can't have one side of the coin without actually talking about the obstacles that you might think exist in this age of dynamism. And what are those one or two things that we really need to be mindful of so that we can leverage more on the opportunities rather than get bogged down by these obstacles? Thank you very much.
That's a great question. Is this better? Cool. It's a great question. And I also wanted to make a concluding remark, but that's a question that I can answer, and it'll be my concluding remark. So I think I started off saying that, you know, golden age of globalization is over. I was being a bummer, but I'm a guy with a positive outlook. So a lot of people in my inner circle, they say that, dude, sometimes you're like glass half full, sometimes you're glass half empty. I say that I'm a realist with a positive outlook. So yes, there will be obstacles. One of them that I see, the obstacles will be that there is going to be increase in government surveillance, you know, and there is, I think with the golden age of globalization, we also had the golden age of capitalism, but capitalism is not perfect. We can see that environmental impacts that has happened, it is because of capitalism, private sector money. So to answer your question, how will we overcome obstacles, which will be greed, which will be government intervention, is that we haven't witnessed a golden age of leadership for a number of years. So we had golden age of technology, golden age of globalization, golden age of capitalism, post-World War II. But the leaders that helped us during those precarious times, we haven't witnessed that. So I strongly believe that in the future, we're going to see golden age of leadership. And that just doesn't mean somebody in the political leadership scale, because positional power has its own limitations. We're going to have thought leadership. We're going to have technology leadership. We're going to have leadership in the private sector as well that realizes that environment is a stakeholder, that society is a stakeholder, that unification of all kind of people is a stakeholder. So obstacles, according to me, is going to be great. It's going to be absolute power. And how we're going to overcome it is because we're going to experience golden age of leadership in the next 30 to 40 years.
Thank you, Shiv. So before we are sharing the closing note, I just wanted to say one line in the context of Professor Devdatta's answer, that many of the media colleges in India, they started their fake news center. So basically what they're trying to do, they are trying to teach the students how to identify the fake news. This is one of the very important thing in the era of user-generated content, which each users are generating content. So it's very important for each of us that how we are going to identify the fake news. Thank you again. Thanks a lot to everyone to participating. Thanks a lot.
Check. Thank you, panelists and the moderator. Well, that was pleasurable for my brain. One of the most intellectual conversations that I have witnessed in Woxsen. Up next, we have Mr. Fenil Vadakan from IMA India. He's a creative thinker, an outgoing and self-motivated individual. His primary competency include strategic planning, team development, business development, assisting individuals and business in achieving success, key accounting management, operations and administration. We invite Mr. Fenil to the dais to address a speech upon the topic Future of FinTech with Disruptions.
Hello. Very good evening. I know it's like almost the last session of the day, and I will try to make it short and sweet. I represent Institute of Management Accountants, one of the professional bodies headquartered in USA, spread across 150 countries with our members, and we are a professional body which focuses towards management accounting through CMA certification, CSCA certification, continuous education, networking, research, and highest ethical standards in the business. As mentioned, we have 140,000 members around the world, 10 global offices, 300 chapters. Chapters are our extended wings. We do have 8 chapters in India, where our members, when I say members, those who are presidents, vice presidents, directors of organizations, as well as students like you who are doing their graduation or post-graduation, come together, and it's an opportunity to learn, reskill, and network. Now, the topic for the day, are you future ready? We are living in the world of technology, analytics, and robotics. And we know what is happening. Could you imagine what we were going through? Few years back, if you look at closing of final accounts, it takes months, or at least 1 month. Now, from there, we move to digital era. Now we are going so in advance.
How future-proof is your job? Throughout history, technology has transformed work. Innovations have led to revolutions similar to the digital revolution we witness today. Routine versus value-added functions determine which sectors are most likely to become automated. A sector which requires value addition, like strategic insight and foresight, may find it difficult to automate work roles. Industry reports on robotics and the future of work indicate that finance and accounting jobs involving leadership and people management are most likely to survive the robot revolution. These jobs require human skills like caring, connecting, and coaching. As expectations become higher for CFOs, they look to technology for solutions. CFOs seek employees who can leverage technology for insights. Technological advancements will continue to provide more accurate and timely data, but the strategic decisions taken on the basis of that information will always require human involvement. Become a CMA. Earn a seat at the leadership.
So one of the recent reports, not recent report, in 2019, IM report says 120 million people from all 12 key markets need to go for retrain or reskilling. Another report says, which is IMA and Deloitte done it together, 28% of organizations around the world currently goes through finance transformation. In the next 5 years, almost 88% of organizations are going through finance transformation. If you look at nearly 76% of respondents felt their accounting process were less than 75% automated, and more than 90% of respondents feel that their organizations will go through finance transformation analytical in the next 5 years' time. Now, if you look at the role of a CFO, earlier he was more an accountant. He looks at what happened in the past, and from there we move to business partner. It's more like you are a co-pilot with, or co-pilot to support the CEO for taking a decision. From there, we are now moving towards strategic enabler, whereas a CFO need to work with multiple departments, take decisions based on multiple parameters. Now, the 6 mega trends in the market. Remote working will be becoming the norm for finance team. Environmental, social, and governance reporting will become more important. Finance professional will be led accountable for enterprise risk management. Diversity, equity, inclusion, DEI, will be more competitive differentiator, and there are great demand for upskilling and continuous education. In this COVID time, we actually thought because of COVID, people won't look at professional certifications. But in reality, working professionals start realizing the need of upskilling. And we are talking about finance transformation. The need of People upskilling is very important, and that is where, I think we have seen a lot of organizations organizing data analytics, Internet of Things, a lot of things, how it is influencing finance side, and IMA is also one among them. So the digital transformation, so when you look at, because of finance transformation, today's CFO team, they need to focus more on digital transformation, talent management, risk management, corporate strategy, investor relation, board engagements. Now, in a way, if you look at, if CFOs were looking at more regulatory compliances or transactions or execution, now their focus need to move towards risk, corporate strategy, investor relations, and board engagement. The organization which I represent, Institute of Management Accountants. So what is the evolving role of a management accountants in the industry? Now, CFOs again need to give importance to finance analytics, finance organization and structure, finance technology, growth, investments, and cost structure. Earlier, if we were giving more importance to the transaction processing to less analysis, now that is what we say, looking at more efficiency and compliance process. Now from there, we are moving towards being agile, adaptive, and anticipatory. Some of the leading factors for that, which is integrated value chain, next generation ERP, blockchain, data analytics, real-time data, machine learning, process automation, and skill innovations. Now, being a finance professional, earlier if you were only looking at the finance or accounting part of it, now you need to start working with the people who are involved in the technology, data scientists, statisticians, and many more. So some of the sectors or some of the areas which is going to get more affected or impacted by the technology, which is financial reporting, general ledger close accounting, operational accounting, finance planning and analysis, control and compliance, and treasury. Now, what are the skill sets which is required in this scenario? Now, finance professionals or CFOs need to come with their critical thinking and problem solving skills, strong technological skills, people skills, data analytical skills, and understanding the business. So when you look at data analytics as part of this, now data analytics can predict the future. Now a role of a management accountant is also on how to influence that prediction. So if you look at data analytics, descriptive analysis is talk about what happened, diagnostic analytics, why did it happen, predictive analytics, which again, what is likely to happen. Now your role as a management accountant or a finance professional need to look at what should I do to influence that prediction. Now, being a professional body, one of the 100 years old professional body, headquartered in New Jersey, USA, we spread across 150 countries. We support our members through CMA certification. So prior talking about it, every 5 to 6 years, IMA go around the world and ask the employers what kind of skill set you are expecting from your employees in the near future. By looking at that, we call it the job analysis study. Based on the job analysis study, we create something called IMA Management Accounting Competency Framework. So these are the skill sets which industry looking at. You need to be a visionary, looking at strategy, planning, and performance. You need to look at reporting control, business acumen and operation as more a partner, then technology, analytics, professional ethics and values, and finally, it is centered with leadership skills. I'm not going in depth, so we actually know how the technology and analytics we integrated to the curriculum. The reason behind it, we know the need of technology and analytics for being a management accountant and if you want to be a decision maker. So we, as I told you, we support the profession through the CMA certification, which comes with two-part exam, part 1 and part 2. We cover 12 practice areas of management accounting under this. And the difference here, you might see all these subjects as part of your graduation, post-graduation, or maybe part of other certification. But the difference here, the way how we test you. It is not just from level A, which is knowledge and comprehension. We test your skills up to level C, whereas we test your skills on application, analysis, evaluation, and synthesis. I don't know whether the students are here, those who participated student case competition. So I say when I connected, or the first time I connected to Woxsen University is because of your students. One team from your college participated in our student case competition, whereas out of 70 teams submitted across the India from IIMs, IITs, BITS Pilani, or all the top colleges, one of your team member or team got selected as one of the best 6 teams in India. And that is where I got connected. I'm not sure whether that students are here. I think I saw someone who was walking around. Now I'm not able to see them. So because of that, so I was actually talking to the management. The good thing which I noticed about Woxsen, you're not much advertising. Your students are advertising for yourself. And this case competition, unfortunately, they could not make it to first. This year, the IIM Indore got first prize, second prize went to Sahai Sukhdev College of Business Studies. Why I want to mention it here, these case studies help you to analyze how a real business works. And we have seen, that's what I said, 70 teams across India, almost 38 colleges. That is where the participation came in. I'm trying to skip few slides. As I'm running short of time, I have a flight at 9 o'clock I have to catch. We're supposed to leave at 5. So when you join IMA, we are a membership community. You get a lot of benefits, which is from different areas, management accounting, career tools, even skills, soft skills, and some of the topics which we do. Why I want to mention it here when we are talking about technology and analytics. Some of the courses like IMA Data Analytics and Visualization Fundamental Certificate, beyond the basic data analytics, visualization, accounting, blockchain, RPA, all these are some of the free benefits for our student and academic members. Only thing you have to take up the academic membership, but you get a lot of free resources which enables you to take up things forward. We do a lot of student-centric events. One of the events which I said, student case competition, student leadership conference which happens in US, student leadership conference which is going to happen. This year it is going to happen in Cochin. Last time which was in Bangalore, year after it will be in Delhi. So there are a lot of events we do. We engage professional members and young students like vacancy Kavya. She actually completed her graduation. She started her own business. And she also got selected as a young professional member, and she represented India as a young professional member. So there are a lot of opportunity. We work with almost 50 universities and colleges. They integrated CMA curriculum as part of their syllabus. And these are the plethora of support which we give it for universities and student community. Some of these like higher education endorsement, it's a title which we provide. Academic membership, CMA opportunity, research support. We give up to $5,000 for the research for the faculty if you are interested to look at. There are a lot more, and students, scholarship, a lot more with this. That's what I want to cover it here. We have an office in India, which is in Bangalore, and you can contact me anytime. I think I want to make it sure I have to leave at 5 at least to catch my flight. If you have any 1 or 2 questions, I'm happy to answer. And I know it's very difficult in the last minute. It's closing time almost. Any questions? research related to finance, management, accounting, and if you can mix technology also towards it, that are some of the areas which we support. Definitely. I know some of your students who participated in the student case competition, they also came back, they want to create a student chapter here. We do have 3 student chapters in India out of 8 parent chapters and 3 student chapters. These are universities, Christ University student chapter, Sahir Sukhdev College of Business Studies students chapter, and St. Anne's College, Hyderabad student chapter. So only 3. So good to see students engaging. This is a great opportunity for you to learn. Go through our website. It's an opportunity, especially those who are looking into finance, management, performance, decision making. These roles, it's a certification will help you. On the same time, we are going in depth research in the area of technology, analytics, reports, and the new certifications with very varied certifications for our students, members, and professionals. Thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you, sir. Now we shall disperse for snacks, and then I would request all the delegates to go to the admin block as there's an exhibition for you guys, and also to take your personal belongings as you leave the room. Thank you.